of humanity. The international community must maintain the universality of global multilateral forums and not turn them into clubs reserved for a few elites who think alike and where some are simply tolerated as long as they do not bother anyone. In this sense, I would highlight the following key words for effective multilateralism: dialogue, shared responsibility and cooperation, each in the pursuit of the common good. All this under the banner of solidarity that comes from knowing that we are responsible for the fragility of others by seeking a common destiny. All states must rediscover a spirit of service with the intention of building a global solidarity that expresses itself concretely in helping those who suffer, a task which serves not ideas but people. Indeed, any reform of the UN must be based in rendering what is already existing more efficient and in line with the current era we are living in. In this respect, the multilateral system has shifted its focus from the peaceful coexistence of states to issues that are not that relevant for that purpose, preferring issues pertinent to the lives and patterns of individuals. Thus, a real reform of the UN must favour a reversal of the current priorities, making the UN truly fit for purpose and reviving coordination among states to achieve truly common ends. In other words, going back to the basics, while restoring the healthy distinction between the actions of states and those of civil society, focusing on rebuilding healthy relations and trust between nations. Mr. President, the conflict in Ukraine has been instrumental to bringing back the elevated threat of nuclear escalation into the discussion. Once again, it is the firm conviction of the Holy See that the use of atomic energy for purposes of war is, today more than ever, a crime not only against the dignity of human beings, but against any possible future for our common home, while the mere possession itself of nuclear weapons is also immoral. In this context, there is need to instill an ambitious programme of work for the second meeting of states parties to the TPNW, including advancement of discussions on the creation of an international trust fund to support a restorative approach to the human and environmental harms caused by nuclear use and testing. The Holy See calls on states to sign and ratify the TPNW, as well as the CTBT and the NPT, which together form the basis for the disarmament and non-proliferation regime. Mr. President, another important challenge which we have at hand could be defined more generally as the expanding digital galaxy we inhabit, and specifically artificial intelligence. There is an urgent need to engage in serious ethical reflection on the use and integration of supercomputer systems and processes in our daily lives. We must be vigilant and work to ensure that the discriminatory use of these instruments does not take root at the expense of the most fragile and excluded. It is not acceptable that the decision about someone's life and future be entrusted to an algorithm. This is valid in all situations, also in the development and use of lethal autonomous weapon systems. Recently, a growing number of legal and ethical concerns have been raised about the use of laws in armed conflicts. It is clear that their use should be in line with the international humanitarian law. The Holy See supports the establishment of an international organization for artificial intelligence, aimed at facilitating the fullest possible exchange of scientific and technological information for peaceful uses and for the promotion of the common good and integral human development. Moreover, the development of new technology should go in hand with the care for our common home. New technologies should be used to mitigate the planetary crisis of climate change, pollution and biodiversity loss, and the urgency of acting now to safeguard the world we live in. The international community needs to focus on a positive outcome at the forthcoming COP28 in the UAE, without reducing the discussions on climate change to financing issues. Mr. President, this year we are marking the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the 30th anniversary of the Vienna Declaration and Programme of Action. The significant anniversaries of these documents invite to an in-depth reflection on the foundation of human rights and respect for them in the contemporary world, in order to renew commitments in favour of the defence of human dignity. In the world today, numerous forms of injustice persist. While one part of humanity lives in opulence, another part sees its own dignity denied, scorned or trampled upon, and its fundamental rights disregarded or violated. First and foremost among these are the unborn, who are denied the right to come into the world. Let us never forget that the true litmus test to see if human rights are being protected is the degree to which people have freedom of religion or belief in a country. Disturbingly, we continue to live in a world where people are persecuted simply for professing their faith in public. There are many countries where religious freedom is severely restricted. Indeed, about 1 in 3 of the world's population lives in this condition, and the number only outright seems to be growing. Along with the lack of religious freedom, there is also outright religious persecution. I cannot fail to mention that 1 Christian in every 7 is persecuted. Moreover, violence against Christians is on the increase, and not only in countries where they are a minority. Even the term hate crime or hate speech is now being used subjectively and manipulated to keep people from expressing their religious beliefs, equating the practice of religion to violence. This purposefully dishonest, politically motivated agenda, especially egregious in the West, must end. Mr. President, despite the fact that so many tragedies have struck and are still shaking the family of nations this year, amid natural disasters, severe flood security, problems and political instability, causing anguish, hardship and uncertainty about the future, the Russian attack on Ukraine remains one of the most painful and bleeding wounds, which instead of healing is widening and deepening. Undoubtedly, in more than 18 months of war, we have witnessed the admirable, ever-renewed commitment of so many countries to help the battered Ukraine defend its people and its territory. Unfortunately, however, this has not been accompanied by an equal effort to find ways in which the confrontation can be overcome. We remain far from true encounter and dialogue, so as to put an end to the hatred, destruction and death, to open paths of peace and reconstruction. This is what the Holy See, apart from its humanitarian assistance, hopes for and seeks to promote with each of its countless appeals and initiatives, dependent on the cooperation of all international actors. The humanitarian situation in Syria is indeed worrying. Syrians, plagued by 12 years of war, earthquake and great poverty, are once again sounding the alarm, expressing their great hardships and demanding that a solution to their sufferings be found. The Holy See, in addition to encouraging the resumption of a political process of reconciliation, calls for humanitarian emergencies not to be weighed against the rigidities of political positions, but to have the courage to look at the suffering of the people with truth and honesty, so that the international sanctions imposed on the Syrian government by the European Union, the United States and the United Kingdom do not afflict the local population. The situation in Sudan also continues to be of great concern. Over the past 6 months, armed clashes have resulted in a high number of victims and displaced persons, as well as a very serious humanitarian crisis, increasingly distancing the prospect of achieving peace and restoring stability to the country. The Holy See makes a heartfelt appeal for the laying down of arms so that dialogue can prevail and the suffering of the population can be alleviated. The Holy See closely follows political events in sub-Saharan Africa and renews its commitment to the promotion of peace, justice and prosperity. Local churches contribute to national reconciliation processes and act with a view to the common good, especially in the educational, charitable and health sectors. Of particular concern in sub-Saharan Africa have been the numerous episodes of violence as well as the frequent coups that disrupt democratic processes, cause death and destruction, and cause humanitarian and migration crises. It is painful to discover that sometimes behind episodes of terrorism and violence are also international economic interests that encourage the unjust dynamics of colonialism. In this regard, I appeal to the family of nations gathered here at this General Assembly to let the spirit of dialogue prevail, to cease all kinds of economic and financial exploitation, and to take care to foster generous and respectful international cooperation. A special thought goes to Nicaragua, with which the Holy See hopes to engage in respectful diplomatic dialogue for the good of the local church and of the entire population. The Holy See urges dialogue and negotiations between Azerbaijan and Armenia with the support of the international community, which will favour a sustainable agreement as soon as possible, thus ending the humanitarian crisis and resolving the dramatic situation in Nagorno-Karabakh. In addition, I express my condolences to the families of the victims of the explosion at a petrol station near the city of Stepnenkaret. The Holy See expresses serious concern about what is happening in Jerusalem, and in particular the attacks against the Christian communities. These episodes are not simply undermining the coexistence between the different communities, but are threatening the very identity of the city of Jerusalem, which some cannot conceive as a meeting place between the three faiths, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. I renew my appeal not only to the international community, so that Jerusalem is not forgotten, so that the project of a holy city as a place of peace for all and of all, with a special internationally guaranteed status, is not abandoned. Mr. President, today's globalized world has brought all of us closer together, yet it has not made us any more fraternal. Indeed, we are suffering from a famine of fraternity. New ideologies, characterized by widespread individualism, egocentrism, and materialistic consumerism, weaken social bonds, fueling that throwaway mentality which leads to contempt for and abandonment of the weakest and those considered useless. In this way, human coexistence increasingly tends to resemble a mere do ut des, which is both pragmatic and selfish. Yet the worst effect of this famine of fraternity is armed conflict and war that makes enemies of not only individuals but entire peoples, and whose negative consequences reverberate for generations. With the founding of the UN, it seemed that the world had learned, after two terrible wars, to move towards a more stable, moving towards becoming a literal family of nations. However, it seems that we are backlogging history. In order to make peace a reality, we must move away from the logic of the legitimacy of war. Peace is possible if it is truly willed, and if peace is possible, it is a duty. It is the duty of each one present in this room, because only in the research of peace and in the peaceful living between states that we can become truly united nations in single human family. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Secretary of Relations of the State of the Holy See. I now give the floor to His Excellency Bassam Sabah, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs and Expatriates of the Syrian Arab Republic. Your Excellency. Your Excellency.
السيد دينيس فرانسيس
Your
رئيس
Excellency,
الجمعية
Mr.
العامة.
Dennis Francis, President of the General
أود
Assembly.
بداية أن
At the
أهنئكم
outset,
على
I would like to
انتخابكم
congratulate
رئيسا
you on
للجمعية
your
العامة
election
في
President
دورتها
of the General
الحالية،
Assembly at its current
وأن أشكر
session.
سلفكم
I would like to thank
السيد
your predecessor,
شابا
Mr.
كوروشي على
Chaba
رئاسته
Karachi,
للدورة
for his
السابقة،
presidency
كما
of the
أشكر
previous
معالي الأمين
session.
العام
I
على
also
الجهود
thank His
التي
Excellency, the
يبذلها
Secretary General,
لتنفيذ
for the
أحكام ميثاق
efforts he's
الأمم
making to
المتحدة
implement the
وفقا
provisions of
للولاية
UN
المنوطة
Charter
به.
in line
سيدات
with the
والسادة،
mandate entrusted to him.
يشهد
Ladies and
عالمنا اليوم
gentlemen,
تحولات
our world
هامة
today is witnessing
وتنام
important transformations
لتحديات
and
خطيرة
an increase
في
in
مقدمتها
serious challenges
إشعال
for
الصراعات
the
المدمرة
outbreak of
في مناطق
devastating
عديدة حول
conflicts in
العالم،
many regions around the
واستمرار
world,
الاحتلال لبعض
the
شعوب
continued
العالم،
occupation of some people in the
وانتشار آفة
world,
الإرهاب،
the spread of the scourge of
وتراجع
terrorism,
معدلات التنمية،
declining
وارتفاع
rates of
حاد في
development,
معدلات
and
الفقر
a
والجوع،
sharp rise in
إلى
rates
جانب
of
وقوع
poverty and
آثار
hunger,
كارثية
in addition to
ناجمة
the
عن الإجراءات
catastrophic
القسرية
impacts of the
أحادية
unilateral
الجانب
coercive measures
وسياسات الحصار الاقتصادي، بالإضافة إلى
that, in
وقوع
addition to
تداعيات
economic
سلبية
blockade policies
ناجمة
and the
عن
negative
تغيرات
repercussions
المناخ
of
وما
climate change
تجلبه من
and its
كوارث طبيعية
related
ذات
natural
الصلة.
disasters.
إن مواجهة كل هذه التحديات
Confronting all these
حاجة ملحة
challenges
لنا
is
جميعا
an urgent need for us
لانعكاسها
all
على مستقبل أجيالنا
as they reflect
القادمة
on the future
والقضاء عليها أو التخفيف من آثارها
generations to
بالحد
come.
الأدنى.
Eliminating them
يستوجب
or
التعاون
mitigating their
العالمي
impact to a minimum
بين دول
requires a
الأعضاء
global cooperation of
والتضامن
member
فيما
states.
بينها
It also
وتضافر
requires
جهودها لبناء
solidarity,
نظام عالمي
concerted
جديد
effort to
متعدد
build a new
الأقطاب
multipolar
يحقق
world
التوازن
order
الجديد في
that
العلاقات
achieves a new
الدولية،
balance in
بما في
international
ذلك من
relations,
خلال إصلاح
including
المؤسسات
through
المالية
reforming
الدولية
international
والمؤسسات
institutions
الأخرى في
and
مقدمتها
other
مجلس
institutions,
الأمن،
foremost the Security
وتحقيق
Council.
تنمية
It
مستدامة
also
حقيقية
requires true
تضمن
sustainable
منفعة
development
ورفاه
that
شعوب
guarantees
العالم
the benefit
كافة.
and well-being of all
السيد
peoples of
الرئيس،
the world.
إن سياسات الفوضى الخلاقة
The policies
التي
of
تبنتها
creative
الإدارات
chaos
الأمريكية
adopted
المتعاقبة
by
في منطقتنا
successive American administrations
لخدمة
in our
مصالحها
region
الجيوسياسية
to serve their
والأنانية
geopolitical and
قد
selfish
قادت
interests
إلى
have
زعزعة
led
الأمن
to
والاستقرار فيها،
destabilization and
حيث عملت
insecurity.
على افتعال المشاكل
They work to
وتضخيمها
create and
لإشعال
exaggerate
التوترات
problems to ignite
ومن
tension,
ثم النزاعات،
thereby resulting in
وأنفقت
conflicts.
مليارات
They
الدولارات
spent billions of
لهدم
dollars
وتدمير
to demolish
المنجزات
and destroy
التنموية
development
التي
achievements
تحققت على
made
مدى عقود،
over decades.
وساهمت في
They
بروز
contributed
ظاهرة
to the
التطرف
emergence
والإرهاب
of a phenomenon of
كتنظيمي داعش
extremism and terrorism,
وجبهة النصرة
such as the
الإرهابية.
terrorist organizations ISIL and
ولم
Daesh
تسلم
Front.
تعددية الأطراف وميثاق الأمم المتحدة
Multilateralism,
والاتفاقيات
the United
الدولية
Nations
الأخرى
Charter,
ذات
other
الصلة
relevant international
من هذه
agreements
الفوضى
were
الأمريكية
not
الخلاقة،
spared from this
إذ شهدنا
creative
خلال
American
السنوات
chaos.
العشر
Over
الماضية
the past 10
جنوحا
years,
متزايدا
we have witnessed
لإساءة
an
تفسير
increasing
وتطبيق
tendency
أحكام
to
الميثاق،
misinterpret and misapply
وخاصة
the
المادة
provisions of the
51
Charter,
منه،
especially Article
واستخدامها
51 thereof.
كذريعة لتبرير ما يتم ارتكابه من اعتداءات على سيادة واستقلال ووحدة أراضي الدول الأخرى، وكذلك التلاعب في نصوص الاتفاقيات والمعاهدات الدولية وتسييس مسائل حقوق الإنسان لتبرير التدخل في الشؤون الداخلية للدول الأخرى والضغط عليها. السيد الرئيس، إن المبدأ الأساسي الذي أكد عليه ميثاق الأمم المتحدة هو احترام سيادة واستقلال الدول الأعضاء ووحدة وسلامة أراضيها، وبالتالي فإن أي اكتساب لأراضي الغير بالقوة هو احتلال، وأي وجود عسكري لا شرعي على أراضي أي دولة ذات سيادة هو انتهاك صريح لهذا الميثاق ومخالفة واضحة للقانون الدولي يجب أن تنتهي فورا ودون قيد أو شرط. وعليه فإن احتلال إسرائيل للأراضي العربية في فلسطين والجولان والمستمر منذ عام 1967 وحتى الآن، وما يستتبعه من بناء للمستوطنات وتغيير للتكوين الديمغرافي والهيكل المؤسساتي، خاصة من خلال محاولات فرض الجنسية الإسرائيلية قسرا على أبناء الجولان المحتل، ناهيك عن نهب موارد الجولان الطبيعية، والاستيلاء على أراضي المزارعين السوريين لإقامة توربينات هوائية ضخمة عليها وغيرها من الانتهاكات الموثقة هو أبشع أشكال الانتهاكات الجسيمة والممنهجة لميثاق الأمم المتحدة وللقانون الدولي الإنساني. إن الجمهورية العربية السورية تؤكد مجددا على حقها المشروع باستعادة الجولان السوري المحتل كاملا وحتى خط الرابع من حزيران لعام 1967 مهما طال الزمن، وهو حق ثابت لا يخضع للمساومة أو الضغوط ولا يسقط بالتقادم يكفله القانون الدولي وقرارات الأمم المتحدة ذات الصلة وخاصة قرار مجلس الأمن 497 لعام 1981. كما تشدد سوريا على أنها ستمارس حقها المشروع في الدفاع عن أراضيها وشعبها بكل الوسائل اللازمة وفي ضمان مساءلة سلطات الاحتلال الإسرائيلي على كل جرائمها وعدم إفلاتها من العقاب. سيد الرئيس، لقد دعمت الجمهورية العربية السورية وما تزال القضية الفلسطينية باعتبارها القضية العربية المركزية، وهي لم تدخر جهدا للوقوف إلى جانب الشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق في كفاحه المشروع لاستعادة حقوقه المشروعة وخاصة حقه في إقامة دولته المستقلة على أرضه وعاصمتها القدس ومنح فلسطين العضوية الكاملة في الأمم المتحدة. إن ما شهدناه خلال هذا العام من تصعيد خطير للممارسات الإجرامية الإسرائيلية والتي بلغ عدد ضحاياها أعلى مستوى لها تدفع بالمنطقة إلى مستويات غير مسبوقة من التوتر وعدم الاستقرار، ويتجلى ذلك في ارتكابها المزيد من المجازر وتصعيد عدوانها العسكري وقصفها الصاروخي المتكرر للمدن والموانئ والمطارات المدنية السورية، مما عرض للخطر أرواح المدنيين وسلامة الطيران المدني وأعاق عمليات الأمم المتحدة الإنسانية. هذا بالإضافة إلى استمرارها في سياسات الاستيطان والتهويد والحصار والاعتقال التعسفي والتهجير القسري والتمييز العنصري في الأراضي العربية المحتلة. إن الجمهورية العربية السورية إذ تدين بأشد العبارات كل تلك الجرائم والاعتداءات الإسرائيلية، فإنها تستنكر بنفس القدر استمرار دعم مثل هذه الممارسات أو الصمت عنها من قبل بعض الدول التي تنصب نفسها حامية للقانون الدولي الإنساني ولقانون حقوق الإنسان، مما يجعلها متواطئة مع مرتكبي هذه الجرائم ويظهر بوضوح مدى ازدواجية المعايير التي تمارسها. السيد الرئيس، يتماهى استمرار الاحتلال الإسرائيلي للأراضي العربية وممارساته الوحشية مع الدور التخريبي الذي تقوم به بعض الدول على الأراضي السورية، إذ تواصل الولايات المتحدة وتركيا انتهاك سيادة سوريا ووحدة وسلامة أراضيها، وذلك عبر الإصرار على استمرار تواجدهما العسكري غير الشرعي على الأراضي السورية ودعم الميليشيات الانفصالية والتنظيمات الإرهابية. يضاف إلى ذلك الزيارات التي يقوم بها المسؤولون السياسيون والعسكريون الغربيون وغيرهم للأراضي السورية عبر التسلل خلسة دون أي احترام لسيادة سوريا واستقلالها، ويمثل تدخلا سافرا في شؤونها الداخلية. كما تسبب النهب الأمريكي الممنهج والمفضوح للثروات الوطنية للشعب السوري كالنفط والغاز والقمح في حرمان السوريين من مواردهم ومفاقمة معاناتهم الإنسانية على نحو غير مسبوق. وآخر إحصائياتنا تبرز أن إجمالي قيمة الخسائر المباشرة وغير المباشرة التي تسببوا بها على القطاع النفطي في سوريا قد تجاوزت 115 مليار دولار أمريكي، ونرى بأن الأمم المتحدة ملزمة بمساءلة الولايات المتحدة ومطالبتها بإعادة هذه الأموال المنهوبة إلى الحكومة السورية. وبالتوازي مع كل ذلك، تستمر الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وحلفائها الأوروبيون في فرض تدابير قسرية أحادية لا شرعية ولا أخلاقية ولا إنسانية على مختلف القطاعات في سوريا، لم تسهم إلا في مفاقمة معاناة السوريين أينما كانوا، باعتبار أن أثرها يشمل دولا ثالثة. لقد أشار الأمين العام في تقاريره إلى تأثير تلك التدابير على مشتريات ومدفوعات الأمم المتحدة، إذ تعمد تلك الدول إلى أن تشمل إجراءاتها قطاع الصحة العامة والقطاع المصرفي وقطاع النقل الجوي ومعدات الطيران المدني وقطاع الطاقة، والذي يشمل حظر توريد النفط ومشتقاته إلى سوريا أو استيراد محطات الكهرباء والمعدات المتعلقة بتوليد الطاقة وقطع الغيار اللازمة لها، كما يشمل أيضا حظر استيراد المواد والآلات اللازمة للتزود بمياه الشرب والري وتعقيم وتنقية المياه وإصلاح وتحسين نظام الصرف الصحي. ولم يسلم القطاع الزراعي من هذه العقوبات الأحادية، إذ شملت منع استيراد الأسمدة والآليات اللازمة للإنتاج الزراعي الذي يوفر الغذاء للسوريين. سيد الرئيس، سيدات والسادة، لقد كانت سوريا من أكثر بلدان العالم استقرارا وازدهارا، وكانت تحقق اكتفاء غذائيا ذاتيا وتؤمن جميع متطلبات الحياة الأساسية لشعبها بشكل قل نظيره في المنطقة. لكن الحرب الإرهابية التي شنت عليها منذ عام 2011 غيرت هذا الوضع وتسببت بأزمة إنسانية لا يستهان بها، وزاد من حدتها فرض الإجراءات القسرية أحادية الجانب. ومؤخرا أضاف الزلزال المدمر الذي أصاب سوريا في 6 شباط من هذا العام عبئا جديدا ومعاناة أخرى، إذ دمر الزلزال مئات المباني والبنى التحتية والمرافق الخدمية، وتسبب بوقوع الآلاف الضحايا والجرحى، وجعل عشرات الآلاف بلا مأوى. لقد حرصت الجمهورية العربية السورية على تقديم كل التسهيلات اللازمة لوصول المساعدات الإنسانية وعاملي الإغاثة لكل المناطق المتضررة، ومنحت وما تزال موافقات مفتوحة للأمم المتحدة والمنظمات الدولية العاملة في سوريا لتسهيل وتسريع إجراءات دخول إمدادات الإغاثة الطارئة لدعم المتضررين، بما في ذلك فتحها لمعابر حدودية بقرار سيادي لتسهيل الاستجابة الإنسانية للسوريين في المناطق المتضررة الواقعة تحت سيطرة التنظيمات الإرهابية في شمال غرب سوريا. في هذا المجال تجدد الجمهورية العربية السورية شكرها وتقديرها لجميع الدول التي تضامنت مع سوريا وشعبها وسارعت للاستجابة لحاجات الشعب السوري في ظل الظروف الصعبة التي واجهها، كما تعبر أيضا عن تقديرها للأمين العام للأمم المتحدة على إطلاقه النداء العاجل للاستجابة لتداعيات الزلزال الكارثية. إن الحكومة السورية ما تزال تواصل ضمن إمكاناتها المحدودة بذل كل الجهود للتعامل مع آثار الزلزال في المحافظات المنكوبة ال4. وقد أصدر السيد رئيس الجمهورية في شهر أيار الماضي مرسوما يقضي بإحداث الصندوق الوطني لدعم المتضررين من الزلزال، وذلك بهدف تقديم الدعم المالي لهم ومساعدتهم على تجاوز الضرر الجسدي أو المادي أو المعنوي اللاحق بهم. لقد مثل هذا المرسوم مرتكزا رئيسيا للتوجهات الأساسية ولخطة العمل الوطنية اللتان أقرتهما الحكومة السورية للتعامل مع تداعيات الزلزال من مختلف الجوانب، والانتقال من مرحلة الاستجابة الطارئة للأعمال الإغاثية إلى مرحلة التعافي من آثاره. إن الجمهورية العربية السورية تشدد مجددا على أن الارتقاء بالوضع الإنساني في سوريا يتطلب توفير حلول مستدامة لدعم السوريين خاصة بعد الزلزال تتمثل في زيادة حجم وكم مشاريع التعافي المبكر بما يقلل من الاعتماد على المساعدات الإنسانية المنقذة للحياة ويزيد من قدرة السوريين على الصمود ويوفر ظروف عودة كريمة وطوعية للنازحين واللاجئين إلى مناطقهم، إلا أن ذلك يتطلب توفير التمويل اللازم عبر وفاء المانحين الدوليين بتعهداتهم التي قطعوها على أنفسهم. السيد الرئيس، فيما يخص موضوع عودة اللاجئين، فإن الجمهورية العربية السورية تعلن من على هذا المنبر استعدادها للترحيب بعودة كل لاجئ سوري غادر منزله وقريته ومدينته، وتدعو مواطنيها الذين أجبرتهم التنظيمات الإرهابية على اللجوء إلى العودة إلى وطنهم. لقد اتخذت الدولة السورية كل القرارات اللازمة في هذا المجال، ونحن نتعاون مع المفوضية السامية لشؤون اللاجئين ومع لجنة الاتصال العربية للوصول إلى هذا الهدف النبيل. في هذا المجال أدعو الدول الغربية التي تطلب من اللاجئين عدم العودة إلى وطنهم أن يتوقفوا عن هذه الممارسات اللا إنسانية. وبالتوازي مع كل ذلك، فقد تعاملت سوريا بإيجابية مع الجهود والمبادرات التي قدمت في إطار المسار السياسي، حيث دعمت نهج التسويات المحلية والمصالحات الوطنية كطريق لإعادة الأوضاع إلى طبيعتها في مختلف ربوع الوطن، ولتعزيز الوحدة الوطنية وتماسك المجتمع السوري. كما شاركت في الاجتماعات التي تعقد بصيغة أستانا ورحبت بنتائجها، وحافظت على التواصل المستمر مع المبعوث الخاص للأمم المتحدة إلى سوريا. السيد الرئيس، لقد حققت القمة العربية التي عقدت في شهر أيار في مدينة جدة في المملكة العربية السعودية إنجازا كبيرا، حيث أعادت للموقف العربي الجماعي ألقه وللعمل العربي المشترك زخمه، وأكدت الدول العربية خلاله على دعم سوريا في الحفاظ على سيادتها ووحدة أراضيها وتجاوز الظروف الصعبة التي تمر بها جراء الحرب الإرهابية التي واجهتها والعقوبات الاقتصادية التي فرضت عليها وتداعيات الزلزال المدمر الذي أصابها. تعرب الجمهورية العربية السورية عن دعمها وتضامنها مع الشعب الليبي في مواجهة تداعيات الإعصار والفيضانات التي عصفت بهم، وكذلك مع الشعب المغربي جراء الزلزال المدمر الذي أصابهم. تعيد سوريا التأكيد على تأييدها لحق الاتحاد الروسي في الدفاع عن نفسه وحماية أمنه القومي، ردا على السياسات الغربية العدوانية، وهو بذلك لا يدافع عن نفسه فقط، وإنما عن حقنا جميعا في رفض منطق الهيمنة الغربية والقطبية الواحدة. تشيد سوريا بالنهج البناء والمسؤول لجمهورية إيران الإسلامية بشأن العودة إلى خطة العمل الشاملة المشتركة التي انسحبت منها الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية بشكل منفرد وغير قانوني، وتدعو الولايات المتحدة وحلفائها الغربيين إلى تلبية المطالب المشروعة لإيران. تدعم سوريا مبدأ الصين الواحدة وتؤيد مواقف جمهورية الصين الشعبية في مواجهة محاولات التدخل في شؤونها الداخلية سواء في تايوان أو هونغ كونغ أو شينجيانغ، وتشدد على حق الصين غير القابل للتصرف في اتخاذ ما تقرره من إجراءات وخطوات للدفاع عن سيادتها، خاصة في مواجهة التصعيد غير المسبوق وسياسات الاستفزاز التي تمارسها الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية ضدها. تدين سوريا الحصار الاقتصادي الظالم المفروض على كوبا منذ عقود، بما في ذلك تمديد الإدارة الأمريكية لما يسمى قانون التجارة مع العدو. تدعو سوريا لوقف التحركات والتدريبات العسكرية التي تجريها الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية في شبه الجزيرة الكورية، والتي تؤدي إلى تصعيد التوتر في تلك المنطقة. كما تطالب برفع كل أشكال الإجراءات القسرية أحادية الجانب التي تفرضها الدول الغربية على الاتحاد الروسي وإيران وفنزويلا وبيلاروسيا ونيكاراغوا وجمهورية كوريا الشعبية الديمقراطية وزيمبابوي وإريتريا وضد بلاد سوريا، وتعتبرها إرهابا اقتصاديا لا يقل وحشية وخطورة عن الإرهاب المسلح لناحية آثارها الإنسانية الكارثية على الشعوب المستهدفة. ختاما، سيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة، إن منبر الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة خلق ليكون منبرا للحوار والدبلوماسية العامة بين الدول الأعضاء، وليس منصة لإطلاق الاتهامات الكاذبة أو شن الحملات العدائية ضد بعضها البعض. لهذا نتطلع إلى أن تكون الدورة الحالية للجمعية العامة وتحت قيادتكم السيد فرانسيس قادرة على الوفاء بالشعار الذي رفعتموه والمتمثل في إعادة بناء الثقة وإحياء شعلة التضامن العالمي وتسريع وتيرة العمل بشأن خطة 2030 وأهداف التنمية المستدامة الواردة فيها من أجل تحقيق السلام والرخاء والتقدم والاستدامة للجميع، وذلك من خلال العمل على ترجمته لفعل حقيقي وجاد يسهم في منح جميع الدول فرصا عادلة تضمن عدم تخلف أحد عن الركب، ويرسخ أيضا مركز ومكانة الجمعية العامة باعتبارها الجهاز الأوسع تمثيلا في الأمم المتحدة. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
I thank the Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs and Expatriates of the Syrian Arab Republic. I now give the floor to His Excellency Ahmed Khalil, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs of the Maldives. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, let me begin by congratulating you, Mr. President, on your election to this important high office. It is a testament to one of our key principles, that seeds can lead and seeds must lead. I also thank His Excellency Saba Koroshi for his leadership of the 77th session of the Assembly, and commend the Secretary General for his leadership and commit our full support for his tremendous work. Mr. President, our global community today grapples with multifaceted challenges, from ongoing and new conflicts to pandemics, climate change, to food insecurities, gender-based inequalities, to intolerances. Addressing them requires recommitting to the values of peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability. Mr. President, we firmly support your priorities. The Maldives has always been a principled and committed member of this organization. Just 5 days ago, we celebrated 58 years since we gained membership of the United Nations. In the past 58 years, the Maldives has reaped the many benefits that multilateralism has to offer. From being the poorest country on independence, we became only the third country to graduate from least developed country status. We have assumed leadership roles, and our track record, our credentials, and our achievements speak for itself. We have demonstrated that size, no vulnerability holds us back, but hope, commitment, and our principles drive us forward. we have approached every session of the General Assembly in this same spirit. And for the 78th session, the Maldives wishes to highlight 6 areas of focus that will guide our engagements in this crucial body. Mr. President, first, we will work towards ensuring a more fair, just, and equitable multilateral system, one that caters to everyone, but especially its weak and the smallest. Small states deserve a seat at the table. We have the most to gain from multilateralism and indeed the most to lose. Small states know that a rules-based international order, one where all states have an equitable voice, is essential. Small states know that shared problems can only be solved through shared solutions. Small states stand up for principles because it is those principles that will safeguard at our time of need. Small states like the Maldives have therefore always looked at ways to contribute. This is why we have put forward our candidatures to the Security Council for the term 2033 to 2034, the Economic and Social Council for the term 2027 to 2029, and to the Committee on the Rights of the Child for the term 2025 to 2029. Enhancing the representation of small states at decision-making bodies is essential to ensure that these organizations lives up to its ideal to leave no one behind. A fair, just, and equitable multilateral system also requires the revitalization of the United Nations as a whole. At the forefront of this revitalization is the much-needed reform of the Security Council, a goal the Maldives has advocated for from the very beginning. In 1979, we were amongst the 10 countries that requested for the inclusion of an agenda item on the question of equitable representation and expansion of the Security Council in the work of the General Assembly. Today, we reiterate our calls to increase the number of both permanent and non-permanent seats while ensuring equitable geographic representation. We reiterate our call for a dedicated seat for small island developing states in an expanded Security Council. We believe that this will make the Council more responsive and responsible. Mr. President, second, we must contribute to climate crisis. Warming beyond 1.5 degrees Celsius will lead to catastrophic ecological loss, causing severe damage to our lives and livelihoods. We have recognized that climate crisis is a threat to security, to development, and human rights at multiple platforms. We are proud to have led the work towards the adoption of the landmark resolution recognizing the human rights to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, a milestone we celebrated in this very hall last year. Domestically, we will continue to display strong and ambitious climate action. We have a net zero target of 2030. We are conserving and protecting parts of our ocean marine species and coral reefs. And we are taking concrete steps to phase out single-use plastics. At the upcoming COP28, we must all raise climate ambition to secure our future for the future. As we approach the first ever global stocktake at COP28, science must be given precedence. We must make an urgent call to close the gap between ambition and implementation. A definitive roadmap to reduce emissions is in line with the Paris Agreement's main goals is crucial. We must also see adaptation as a universal challenge and demand adequate financing. We must operationalize and capitalize the loss and damage fund and scale up existing funding arrangements. Given the inherent link between climate and the oceans, we must also do more to protect this vast and important resource. As a large ocean state, we have an added responsibility to protect the ocean and its marine resources, a responsibility many of us share. We have seen the value of working together to fight climate change and protect our environment. Earlier this year, we asked the International Court of Justice for an advisory opinion on the obligation of states with respect to climate change. This is the historic Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework was adopted, promising to deliver for nature. The historic BBNJ agreement was adopted, and we call for international support to build capacity in implementing provisions of the agreement. We also call for ambition during the intergovernmental negotiations to develop an internationally legally binding instrument to end plastic pollution. It is time to turn agreements into action. Mr. President, our third priority area is to renew our commitment to the 2030 Agenda with the provision of adequate and sustainable financing for development. The SDG Summit and the high-level dialogue on financing for development have already expressed our collective commitment towards addressing these issues. Today, we stand at the midpoint of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. The Maldives showcased its progress, presenting our second voluntary national review in July at the high-level political forum. We identified that physical and digital connectivity can accelerate our achievement of the 2030 Agenda. Recognizing this, the government of Maldives has established an integrated national public ferry network which connects our widely dispersed islands to one another. We are also undergoing a digital revolution with the proliferation of online education, telemedicine, and e-payment systems. We are bringing services closer to the people who need them. These efforts are in turn supporting micro, small, and medium enterprises, the backbone of our economy. The provision of easy payment procedures coupled with enhanced physical connectivity has expanded the reach of MSMEs beyond individual islands. Issues like this are what we intend to bring to the 4th International Conference on SIDS next year. As co-chair of the preparatory committee for the conference, we witnessed a robust foundation laid out during the preparatory meetings for a forward-looking and action-oriented program of action for SIDS. We also recognize that sustainable development can truly be fostered with sustainable and affordable financing. We need a global response to guarantee the necessary liquidities support for developing countries, especially SIDS, to facilitate a recovery that addresses the scale of the debt burden exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. And so international financial institutions must reassess their eligibility criteria in providing concessional loans and grants. They must look beyond GDP as the sole measure of development. The answer lies with the early adoption and use of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index. We urge IFIs to use the index as a tool ensuring that vulnerabilities of developing countries are integrated into decision-making, enabling easier access to affordable financing and debt relief. Mr. President, our fourth area of focus is eliminating gender barriers and ensuring gender equality. Women deserve more than a seat at the table. They should play an active. The Maldives is committed in its endeavors as a champion for women's rights and gender equality. One of our initiatives in this regard was the establishment of the International Day of Women in Diplomacy, celebrated every year on 24 June. We recognize the invaluable role of women in diplomacy who continue to lead us towards a more sustainable future. And it is our hope that the seats behind me on this podium will one day be occupied by women. Mr. President, together we must work to promote and protect human rights, one of the pillars of our foreign policy and our fifth area of focus. The need to protect human rights was the basis of our democratic journey. the right to express ourselves without reprisal, the right to peaceful assembly, the right to freely choose our leaders. These rights are sacred. This month, the first round of our presidential elections went ahead in a peaceful, festive, and an orderly manner. In this election, we saw a record number of candidates. We believe a sign of maturing democracy. We assure the global community that the runoff, which will be held in just a few days, will also proceed in a similarly peaceful, festive, and orderly manner. Our firm commitment to protecting human rights at home is mirrored by our international engagements. I am proud to share that with the recent ratification of the International Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearances, the Maldives is now a state party to 8 of the core international human rights conventions. We also take great pride in our active participation in the Human Rights Council since its inception. We are glad to assume our role as a council member once again this year, also serving as the Vice President from the Asia-Pacific Group. We will work with all states towards the protection of human rights around the world. In this regard, we have recently made a written submission to the International Court of Justice demonstrating our support towards the right to self-determination of the Palestinian people, a cause that deeply resonates with us. Their rights can only be most effectively protected through a two-state solution based on the pre-1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as the capital of an independent and sovereign state of Palestine. Mr. President, this brings me to our sixth and final area of focus, upholding international peace and security. The Maldives advocates for the unwavering adherence to the Charter of the United Nations. The people of Ukraine, Myanmar, and many other countries across the world deserve peace and prosperity. Most importantly, they deserve a dignified life. We must also work towards bringing non-traditional security threats to the forefront of global discourse on peace and security. Terrorism and violent extremism continues to plague us. It transcends borders. It has no single face or faith. As such, the Maldives remains resolute in its unwavering commitment to countering terrorism and extremism. We condemn the repeated and public acts of the desecration of the Holy Quran in some European countries. The repeated and public acts of the desecration of the Holy Quran cannot be justified under the guise of freedom of speech and expression, and is of grave concern. It is necessary to combat the rise of Islamophobia and hate speech through concerted global action. We will also continue to raise our voice on the links between climate change and sea level rise and peace and security, which are becoming more and more apparent. Mr. President, mutual respect and deep-seated cooperation are the cornerstones for effectively addressing our collective challenges. Together we have the potential to achieve peace. Together we can chart new paths towards sustainable development. And together we can leave behind a future that is better than what we found. The Maldives will continue to collaborate with all our fellow nations in the international community, united in our shared commitment to deliver that vision. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs of Maldives. I now give the floor to His Excellency Dennis Ronald Moncada Colindres, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Nicaragua. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Señoras, señores,
El compañero presidente de la República de Nicaragua, comandante Daniel Ortega Saavedra, y la compañera vicepresidenta Rosario Murillo, envían a ustedes y al mundo el siguiente mensaje. Señor presidente, hermanas, hermanos delegados, el pueblo de Nicaragua saluda a los pueblos representados en esta 78 Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas con la frente en alto como siempre, porque hemos sabido vivir trascendiendo todas las tragedias y catástrofes impuestas por la historia de dominación, crueldad, intervención, ocupación e injerencia en todos los aspectos de nuestra vida, incluyendo los procesos electorales intervenidos por los imperios y su poderío económico y militar que han pretendido destruirnos para dominarnos. Vivimos momentos de extinción del modelo imperialista, colonialista, de saqueos y genocidios con el que la codicia ha golpeado la naturaleza y nuestro mundo. Ese mundo de patrimonios, lenguas y modelos de vida valientes y propios. En estos tiempos de decisiones y convicciones de cambio sustantivo para recuperar todos nuestros derechos y valores frente a la avaricia avasallante y criminal del colonialismo y el imperialismo en todas sus manifestaciones, Nicaragua continúa librando todas las batallas de libertad genuina, de luz y de verdad inocultables. Somos esa inmensa e invencible fuerza del mundo valiente y nuevo, de los pueblos que no se dejan arrebatar la esperanza o la fe, y que desde fortalezas espirituales crecientes exigimos cooperación respetuosa, solidaria y fraternidad humana para que todo cambie, todo se transforme y podamos vivir tranquilos y seguros, trabajando y prosperando en nuestras propias y sagradas tierras en destino y prosperidad compartidos. Ese mundo que se ha puesto de pie, que ha echado a andar, que reclama su voz e identidad propias, sus saberes ancestrales y actuales, ese mundo de cultura de paz, ha hablado en esta 78 Asamblea General de Naciones Unidas para continuar cada vez con más propiedad y certeza, sembrando, cultivando y cosechando las transformaciones indispensables, aún en estas Naciones Unidas, cuya naturaleza ha venido siendo desvirtuada para convertirla, desgraciadamente, en un organismo de servidumbre y de dependencia a las potencias. El mundo nuevo que nos pertenece a todas y todos exige respeto, exige paz, reclama paz, reclama justicia para todas y todos, reclama memoria, historia, reparación y no repetición. Por eso, desde este podium de la 78 Asamblea General, exigimos a Naciones Unidas hacer cumplir el mandato de la Corte Internacional de Justicia de La Haya, que en el año 1986 sentenció a los Estados Unidos de Norteamérica a reconocer a Nicaragua, al menos en parte, los costos de la destrucción, la agresión permanente, el dolor y el sufrimiento de centenares de miles de familias durante la demencial y revanchista guerra impuesta a nuestro país y nuestro pueblo en lo que se llamó la contrarrevolución. Con eso, por supuesto, no se reponen las vidas, no se alivia el corazón partido de tantas familias y seres, pero al menos se reconstruye para todos los nicaragüenses la infraestructura económica, social, productiva, cultural, que hicieron añicos con su grotesca intervención, que como siempre, como cada vez, fue derrotada por el honor, la integridad y la gloria del espíritu nicaragüense por gracia de Dios. Sandino vive. Sandino vive en cada una de estas victorias contra el nefasto y diabólico imperialismo. Y Sandino está hoy en este recinto, exigiéndonos a todas y todos cumplir y hacer cumplir la ley y las leyes internacionales para reconocer al pueblo nicaragüense lo que en justicia y verdad merece después de tanto hacer valer el derecho a la paz y la vida, reclamando lo que nos pertenece: soberanía, libertad, concordia para continuar nuestros destinos. Exigimos a las Naciones Unidas pronunciarse y mandatar al gobierno de los Estados Unidos de Norteamérica el cumplimiento de la histórica sentencia que les condenó y urgió a reconocer a Nicaragua, acatándola en todos sus acápites meritorios. Nicaragua, con la dignidad y el heroísmo de nuestras luchas, razas, pueblos, culturas y vida buena, exige este cumplimiento, y nos sumamos además al reclamo de todos los pueblos y países que han hablado desde este recinto para denunciar las políticas agresivas, injerencistas, arbitrarias, injustas, cuyas medidas coercitivas unilaterales no solo son ilegales, ilegítimas, sino que constituyen una modalidad de guerra que desestabiliza, destruye e impone cambios de gobierno a través de golpes de Estado, movilizaciones golpistas y acciones vandálicas, lo que hoy se conoce como eventos de color que incluyen a tantas familias en tantos pueblos. Nos solidarizamos permanentemente con los pueblos y países que viven esta barbarie, nada civilizatoria, y sí en repetición de oleajes y ecos de los modelos imperialistas, colonialistas y fascistas que han provocado la muerte de millones de seres humanos y han impuesto regímenes de terror y privaciones con vergonzosas mareas y tsunamis migratorios sin precedentes. Estas tragedias grafican la desesperación de la injusticia y la pretensión neocolonial de silenciar, dominar y excluir para continuar expoliando la riqueza de los pueblos. Países enteros han sido destruidos en la brutal política de tierra arrasada que busca satisfacer los apetitos bestiales de los imperialistas de la tierra. Países enteros han venido siendo ocupados y sacrificados y masacrados sus pueblos por las mismas y atroces políticas y acciones violatorias de todos los derechos que refuerzan lo que conocemos y denunciamos nuevamente aquí como crímenes de odio. Nuestra permanente y combatiente solidaridad con el pueblo palestino, el pueblo sirio, el pueblo saharaui, el pueblo eritreo, el pueblo de los enclaves fascistas y neonazis que han querido crear, a todos los pueblos luchadores en África, Asia, América Latina, nuestra permanente y combatiente solidaridad. Somos pueblos y países que resistimos y combatimos bloqueos, guerras económicas, intervención sistemática y permanente en toda nuestra vida institucional, social, cultural, económica y política. Como vemos, más y más violaciones de todos los derechos. Nuestra solidaridad combatiente con el pueblo de Cuba, de Martí, de Fidel, de Raúl, de Miguel Díaz-Canel, a 62 años de bloqueo asesino. Nuestra solidaridad combatiente con la República Bolivariana de Venezuela, donde Chávez vive. La lucha sigue y Nicolás ha venido venciendo todos los intentos destructivos. Nuestra solidaridad combatiente con los pueblos y gobiernos de nuestra región centroamericana que no desmayan en la lucha por la seguridad, la paz para enfrentar venciendo el infierno de la pobreza. A Honduras y su valiente presidenta Xiomara Castro, a Honduras nuestro hermano vecino, donde Morazán y Sandino se encuentran, nuestro abrazo familiar, fraternal y siempre solidario. Nuestra solidaridad combatiente con Bolivia, el gran pueblo de Tupac Katari, que va adelante entre las mismas amenazas, con el pueblo de Argentina y su derecho soberano contra las Islas Malvinas, con Puerto Rico, valiente e indetenible en su justa lucha por la independencia. Nuestra fuerza con la República Popular China, la potencia que hoy muestra al mundo y a la familia humana cómo se practica y se vive la solidaridad, la cooperación respetuosa, la hermandad generosa entre hermanos mayores, hermanos menores, pero todos como una gran familia con destino compartido, que luchamos para vencer las acciones de despojo y de estancamiento económico y pobreza impuesta a tantos. Nuestra solidaridad activa y combatiente con la República Popular Democrática de Corea en sus batallas históricas por soberanía y derechos. Al pueblo de Bielorrusia, siempre digno y solidario, nuestro respeto y reconocimiento. Nuestra fuerza solidaria y combatiente con las heroicas luchas que libra la Federación de Rusia por la paz y la seguridad, para un mundo que debemos todos defender de las amenazas crecientes de los imperios y sus políticas neonazis, sus emblemas y contenidos fascistas que pretenden retornarnos a la insólita perversión de guerras expansionistas y de dominio que han dejado millones de muertos y de familias destrozadas en todo el mundo. Nuestro apoyo a la Federación de Rusia es un apoyo invariable y una alianza humana ineludible por la seguridad, el diálogo y la concordia esencial, insustituibles para la comunidad humana. Nuestra solidaridad y cercanía con la República Islámica de Irán, otro ejemplo de compartir y convivir con pueblos asolados por la avaricia imperial, a pesar de la incesante, desmedida e infernal arrogancia de los que se creen superiores, lo reafirmamos. No nos separan y juntos recorremos caminos de valentía y dignidad. Señor Presidente, señoras, señores delegados, exigimos desde este recinto el respeto al sistema de Naciones Unidas a fin de que recuperen sus valores fundacionales. En este otro mundo donde aprendemos, nos actualizamos y seguimos, eso sí, defendiendo modelos justos, soberanos, propios, desde el respeto al derecho ajeno que es la paz. Ya el comandante eterno Hugo Chávez Frías lo había expresado ante la Asamblea de Naciones Unidas en el año 2005. Hay que refundar Naciones Unidas. Lo retomó el canciller de la dignidad de Nicaragua, padre Miguel de Escoto, también presidente de la Asamblea General de Naciones Unidas, cuando planteó en 2008 la urgencia de refundar las Naciones Unidas para servir a los pueblos. Naciones Unidas acaba de sostener en Cuba un encuentro de jefes de Estado y de Gobierno del G77 más China, que tomó acuerdos de fundamental importancia para este mundo, acuerdos que deben ser tomados en cuenta para cumplirse, de manera que, con conciencia de libertad y hermandad de familia humana, sigamos rompiendo las cadenas de esclavitud y dependencia, de sometimiento y subordinación, de obediencia servil que pretenden a estas alturas de la historia seguirnos imponiendo los egoístas, ambiciosos y pérfidos intereses coloniales e imperiales. Vemos con esperanza la reciente reunión y ampliación de los BRICS, que hoy, con Brasil, Rusia, India, China, Sudáfrica, más Argentina, Arabia Saudita, Emiratos Árabes Unidos, Egipto, Etiopía e Irán representan nuevas fuerzas y fortalezas para las luchas por nuestra soberanía económica y financiera como pueblos libres y capaces. Frente a todos los avances de la ciencia, las técnicas, las tecnologías, entre ellas la llamada pomposamente inteligencia artificial, como si no fuera fruto de la inteligencia humana, Nicaragua reclama la plena participación de los pueblos que hemos sostenido con nuestra sangre y recursos estos adelantos de los conquistadores. Reclamamos lo que es nuestro, el derecho a vivir plenamente ese desarrollo, mejorando las condiciones de trabajo, estudio y vida con derechos de nuestros pueblos. Nicaragua, a la par que planteamos la inclusión, planteamos también el uso racional y beneficioso de estos recursos de la humanidad que en manos de los malévolos de siempre constituyen armas de destrucción masiva de países, pueblos y comunidades. Siempre juntas y juntos y siempre más allá, como decía Sandino, en propuestas de respeto, consideración, hermandad y patria para todas y todos, Nicaragua se une a las intensas búsquedas y luchas para defender desde nuestras soberanías nuestros recursos naturales, patrimoniales, nuestras culturas, nuestras lenguas y modelos de vida, nuestras comunidades originarias, trabajando cotidianamente y sin descanso por la paz, que no solo es un derecho, sino una necesidad impostergable para la sobrevivencia de la humanidad, es decir, para la vida como la merecemos. Las agresiones que llaman con soberbia y altanería sanciones no nos definen, ni nos amedrantan, ni nos discapacitan, ni nos doblegan, ni nos llevan a vendernos o rendirnos. No conocemos la palabra rendición. Permítame reafirmarlo. Las agresiones que llaman con soberbia y altanería sanciones no nos definen, ni nos amedrentan, ni nos discapacitan, ni nos doblegan, ni nos llevan a vendernos o rendirnos. No conocemos la palabra rendición. La vida está hecha de combates cotidianos para hacer valer lo que nos pertenece. Un mundo libre de guerras, de armas químicas o nucleares, de saqueos, de ignorancia, de fraude, de nuevos engaños, de robos descarados, incluyendo el asalto de nuestros talentos. Un mundo libre de ofensas, porque la guerra, el saqueo, la pobreza que se genera, la miseria, las pandemias, la falta de salud, educación, viviendas, la falta de condiciones propicias para la vida constituyen una ofensiva denigrante, humillante, cruel, degradante e inmensa cárcel donde se niega la seguridad humana, se promueven mares de éxodos indignos, se cercena la esperanza, la alegría, la cultura, la vida a las mayorías del planeta. Un mundo libre de brutalidad, libre de agresiones, un mundo libre de arrogancias, un mundo libre de ignorancia suprema, un mundo libre de odio, maldad, miseria, un mundo libre de tristeza, de toxicidad emocional, un mundo libre de deformaciones, apatías y depresiones creadas intencionalmente por la droga, que se ha convertido en otra de las formas de terrorismo entre tantas otras perversiones y provocaciones que nos azotan. Un mundo libre de imposiciones, un mundo de vigor, de valor, de valores, un mundo con un sencillo, potente, poderoso bien común, el amor que es más fuerte que el odio y que todo vence y todo puede. El amor que nos hace tanta falta para construir confianza e instalar definitivamente los nuevos horizontes, los porvenires prodigiosos. Queremos un mundo de seres espirituales que también somos humanos, que no somos perfectos, pero que podemos y debemos apuntarnos en las filas de la recuperación, de las bondades y fortalezas de este planeta que compartimos. Más allá de todas las formas de terrorismo que nos imponen está el espíritu, la llama, la insignia y la consigna de nuestra humana condición. Por eso luchamos, por eso vencemos y por eso venceremos, siempre más allá. Managua, 26 de septiembre de 2023, Daniel Ortega Saavedra, Rosario Murillo. Muchas gracias, compañeras, compañeros.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Nicaragua. I now give the floor to His Excellency Song Kim, Chair of the Delegation of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Your Excellency.
의장 선생,
Mr. President,
사무총장 선생,
Mr. Secretary
각국
General,
대표들,
distinguished representatives,
나는 먼저 데니스
allow me
프란시스
first of all
선생이
to congratulate
유엔
Mr.
총회
Denis
제78차
Francis
회의 우장으로
on your election
선거된
as
것을
President
축하하며
of the 78th
당신의
session
능숙한
of the
사위
United
밑에
Nations General Assembly.
본 회의가
I am
훌륭한
confident
성과를
that
거두게
your
되리라는
able
확신을
stewardship
표명합니다.
will lead this session to an excellent
아울러
conclusion.
나는 유엔 총회 제77차 회의 의장 고초 꾀레시 선생이 지난 1년간 총회 사업의 성과적 보장을 위해 적극적인 노력을 기울인 데 대하여 평가합니다. 의장 선생, 평화와 번영, 진보와 발전은 유엔 창립의 기본 취지이며 어제도 오늘도 변함없는 인류의 염원입니다. 국제사회의 단합된 노력에 의해 국제적 공중보건 비상사태는 종식되었지만 세계는 우연 신형 코로나 비로소 감염 중이라는 악성 전염병 위기가 초래한 사회 정치적 불안정에서 벗어나지 못하고 있습니다. 올해 엘니뇨 현상을 비롯한 재해성 이상기후의 영향으로 세계의 많은 나라와 지역들에서 극심한 고온과 가뭄, 파괴적인 산불과 폭우가 발생하고 불하여 막대한 인적 및 물적 손실이 초래된 사실은 우리에게 이상기후 변화 문제는 더 이상 방관시되지 말아야 할 초미 공동 과제라는 것을 재삼 깨우쳐주고 있습니다. 설상가상으로 패권과 사기를 추구하면서 진영 대결과 편가르기를 시도하는 일부 유엔 성원국들이 불공정한 행태로 하여 국제 무대에서는 민족 간, 세력 간, 종족 간, 격파 간 대립과 리얼 충돌이 끊기지 않고 있습니다. 인류가 현존하는 이 모든 위기와 도전들을 해결하고 2023 지속개발 우정의 목표들을 성과적으로 달성해 나가자면 유엔을 중심으로 하는 다무주의 체계를 수호하고 국제법과 국제관계의 기본 원칙들에 기초하여 나라들 사이의 단결과 협조를 도모하면서 문제 해결의 올바른 방도를 모색하여야 할 것입니다. 의장 선생, 올해 조선민주주의 인민공화국은 창건 75돌을 맞이합니다. 지금 우리 인민은 역사의 온갖 시련과 도전 속에서도 나라와 민족의 존엄과 자주권을 굳건히 수호하고 자존과 번영의 든든한 기틀을 마련해온 공화국의 75년사를 돌이켜보면서 더욱 강성부흥할 미래를 굳게 확신하고 있습니다. 최근 년간 세계가 직면한 온갖 도전과 시련들은 조선민주주의 인민공화국에도 무시할 수 없는 애로와 난관을 조성하였습니다. 하지만 우리 공화국 정부는 주동적이며 적극적인 노력으로 난국을 타개하면서 경제 건설과 인민생활 향상을 비롯한 각 방면에서 고무적이고 전진적이며 자부할 만한 성과들을 연이어 이룩하였습니다. 공화국 정부는 악성 전염병이 전파력과 면역 회피력이 강한 형태로 변이되면서 인류의 생존과 발전을 계속 위협하고 있는 데 대처하여 과학적이며 투명한 방역 정책과 전체 인민의 고도의 자각적 일치성에 의거하여 방역 상황을 안정적으로 통제 관리해 나가고 있으며 미래의 구었던 보건 위기에도 주도적으로 성공적으로 대처할 수 있는 국가 방역 능력 건설을 방역 있게 추진해 나가고 있습니다. 나라의 모든 부분을 균형적으로 동시적으로 발전시키는 데 큰 힘을 넣음으로써 경제 건설의 각 분야에서 뚜렷한 장성 추이를 보이고 있으며 불리한 기상기후 조건에서도 농업 생산을 안정적으로 발전시킬 수 있는 전망이 열렸습니다. 인민들에게 유적하고 문명한 생활 조건을 마련해 주는 것을 자기 활동의 최고 원칙으로 내세우고 있는 조선노동당과 공화국 정부의 인민대중제일주의 정책에 의하여 지난해에 이어 올해에도 평범한 근로자들에게 수많은 현대적인 살림집들이 무상으로 배정되고 있으며 타가 유치원 연령기의 모든 어린이들에게 국가적 부담으로 하루에 빠짐없이 정상적으로 젖제품을 먹일 수 있는 체계와 질서가 정연하게 수립되었습니다. 날로 심각해지고 있는 기후변화와 재해성 이상기후 현상에 대처하기 위한 공화국 정부의 적극적인 노력에 의하여 전국적 봄에서 나라의 국토와 생태 환경을 보호 개선하기 위한 사업이 강력히 추진되고 국가적인 재해 방지 능력 강화에 필요한 물질 기술적 토대가 전망성 있게 갖춰지고 있습니다. 오목한 정세 속에서도 국가 경제 발전과 인민 생활 향상에서 이룩된 성과들은 자력 자강의 힘으로 자기 자신들과 후대들이 행복한 미래를 앞당겨 오려는 전체 조선 인민이 애국적이며 헌신적인 노력에 의해 마련된 소중한 결실입니다. 우이양 선생, 전면적 국가 부흥이 응대한 목표들이 완벽하고도 실속 있는 달성을 지향하고 있는 조선 인민에게 있어서 오늘날 국가의 안전 환경과 발전 이익을 수호하는 것은 그 무엇보다도 선체적인 요구로 나서고 있습니다. 그러나 올해 조선반도 지역에서는 일부 유엔 성원국들이 강권과 전횡에 의하여 모두를 위한 평화와 번영, 진보를 지향한 보온총리 주재에 배치되는 매우 불미스러운 상황이 조성되었습니다. 2023년은 미국과 추정 세력들이 무별하고도 끊임없는 핵대결 강증으로 말미암아 조선반도와 지역의 군사 안보 형세가 핵 전쟁의 문턱에 보다 가깝게 다가선 위험천만한 해로 역사에 기록되었습니다. 연초부터 미국과 대한민국은 정권 종말, 평양 점령과 같은 유엔 헌장의 원칙과 목적을 난폭하게 유린한 히스테리적인 대결 망언을 떠들면서 우리 국가의 문전에서 프리덤 실드, 쌍용, 연합 합동 화력 경멸 훈련, 울지 프리덤 실드와 같은 침략적 성격이 명백한 합동 군사 연습들을 연이어 그것도 사상 최대 규모로 벌려놓았습니다. 지난 4월 조선민주주의 인민공화국에 대한 핵 선제 공격을 계획, 작전, 실행하는 것을 사명으로 하는 이른바 핵협의 그룹다라는 것을 조작한 미국은 수십 년 만에 처음으로 핵무기를 탑재한 핵전략 잠수함과 핵전략 폭격기들을 조선반도와 그 주변에 무시로 출몰시키면서 핵전쟁 고발 징계를 실천 단계에서 추진하고 있습니다. 또한 미국은 미일한 삼각군사동맹 체계를 수립함으로써 오랫동안 야망해온 아시아판 나토 창설 기도를 실천에 옮겼으며 그러하여 동북아시아 지역에는 신냉전 구도가 들어서게 되었습니다. 의장 선생, 조선반도 지역 정세가 오늘과 같이 위험천만한 상황에 이르게 된 데는 힘이 과신에 빠져 패권 야욕을 기어이 실현하려는 미국이 있지만 친미 굴종과 동족 대결의 환장에 대어 민족의 머리 위에 핵전쟁의 참화를 몰아오고 있는 현 대한민국 집권 세력에도 응당한 책임이 있습니다. 바로 며칠 전 이 자리에서 윤석열은 우리 정정당당한 국방력 강화 조치를 부당하게 걸거두는 한편 신선적인邻邦들 사이 정상적인 접촉 관계 발전에 대하여 위협하는 도발적인 막말도 서슴지 않았습니다. 자주적인 주권 국가들 사이의 평등하고 호의적인 관계 발전은 미국이 식민지에 불과한 대한민국이 간섭할 문제가 못 됩니다. 4대 매국적이며 굴욕적인 외색 우전 정책으로 말미암아 현 괴뢰 정부가 집권한 후 대한민국 전역은 그야말로 미국이 군사적 식민지, 전쟁 화약고, 전초기지로 화하였으며 조선반도는 언제 핵전쟁이 터질지 모르는 일촉즉발의 위기에 처하였습니다. 조선반도 정세를 실제적인 무력 충돌 상황으로 몰아가는 미국과 추종 세력들의 망동은 지역의 군사정치 정세와 안전구도에 돌이킬 수 없는 파괴적 영향을 미치고 있으며 현 정세는 조선민주주의 인민공화국으로 하여금 자기 스스로를 철통같이 방어하게 한 자위력 강화를 더욱 가속화할 것을 절실히 요구하고 있습니다. 우리 국가의 자주권과 안전 이익을 위협하는 적대 세력들의 무모한 군사적 모험과 도전이 가중될수록 국가 방위력 강화를 위한 우리 노력도 구애 정비하게 될 것이라는 것은 너무도 당연한 이치입니다. 외부의 적지적 위협으로부터 국가의 자주권과 안전 유익, 인민의 안녕을 철저히 수호하려는 조선민주주의 인민공화국의 결심은 확고부동하며 절대 불변합니다. 미국과 그 추종 세력들은 우리 국가의 용상을 훼손시키고 우리 안전과 군본 이익을 온전히 침해하는 적대 행위가 어떤 결과를 가져왔는가를 돌이켜보아야 하며 앞으로 또 어떤 결말로 이어지겠는가를 스스로 판단하고 정확한 선택을 하여야 할 것입니다. 의장 선생, 조선민주주의 인민공화국 국무위원장 김정은 동지께서는 주권 국가들에 대한 제국주의자들의 침략과 전쟁 책동을 허용하지 말아야 하며 전쟁의 위협을 막고 세계의 평화와 안전을 수호하기 위하여 적극 투쟁하여야 한다고 말씀하셨습니다. 지금 미국은 저들의 일방주의적이며 패권주의적인 가치관에 기초하여 다른 나라들을 제멋대로 평가하고 진영 대결을 강요하면서 나라들 사이 분열과 충돌을 굳고 조장하고 있습니다. 미국이 이른바 동맹 강화를 위한 정치 군사적 결탁을 전례 없는 규모에서 추구하고 이미 제명을 다한 나토와 같은 침략적인 군사 블록을 부활시켜 세계적 도매로 확대하고 있는 것을 하여 오늘날 세계는 제2차 세계대전 이후 최악의 안보 위기에 직면해 있습니다. 핵공과 팽창을 추구하여 행성이 곳곳에서 유혈적인 대결과 정변, 전쟁을 조작하고 부추기며 다른 나라들의 안전을 위협하는 지배주의 세력의 강권 행위가 존재하는 한 그 어느 나라와 지역도 안전하다고 말할 수 없습니다. 현실은 전쟁의 참화로부터 인류의 현재와 미래를 수호하며 국제적 정리를 실현하는 것을 사명으로 하고 있는 유엔이 공정성과 객관성의 원칙을 철저히 준수하면서 헌장에 명기된 자기의 사명과 역할을 책임적으로 수행해 나갈 것을 절실히 요구하고 있습니다. 유엔의 활동에서 선초적으로 해결되어야 할 문제는 국제 평화와 안전 유지라는 무거운 책임을 지닌 유엔 안전보장이사회가 특정 세력이 지정학적 목적 실현의 수단으로 악용될 것이 아니라 자기 활동에서 객관성과 공정성, 형평성을 철저히 견지하는 것입니다. 안전보장이사회가 유엔의 당당한 일원인 조선민주주의 인민공화국의 합법적인 위성발사 권리를 단독 안건으로 취급하고 인권 문제를 논의하는 불명예스러운 회를 벌려놓은 것이 불과 1개월 전의 일입니다. 안전보장이사회가 국제평화와 안전보장과는 거리가 너무도 먼 주권국가의 정당한 자주적 권리를 로밋하게 올려놓고 자기의 권력과 인연이 없는 개별적 나라의 인권 상황을 무궁무하게 걸거둔 것은 유엔 헌장의 정신에 대한 모독이며 기구의 사명에 대한 의식적인 태공에 다른 아무것도 아닙니다. 반면에 안전보장이사회는 조선반도 지역과 국제 평화와 안전에 명백한 위협으로 되는 미국과 추정 세력들이 극악무도한 반공화국 핵전쟁 연습과 끊임없는 전략자산 투입에 대해서는 단 한 차례의 우려도 표명하지 않았습니다. 국제사회의 강력한 항의와 규탄에도 불구하고 일본이 끝내 핵 오염수를 바다에 방류함으로써 인류의 생명 안전과 해양 생태 환경에 돌이킬 수 없는 위해를 끼쳤지만 안전보장이사회는 침묵하고 있으며 지역 일부 상임이사국들은 이를 부추기는 실로 무책임한 행위도 서슴지 않고 있습니다. 안전보장이사회가 국제평화와 안전을 수호하기 위한 본연의 사명과 책무를 다하지 못하고 있는 근원은 다름 아닌 미국과 그에 추정하는 일부 유엔 성원국들이 불공정하고 이중기준적인 처사에 있습니다. 안전보장이사회가 유엔 헌장에 명기된 주권 평등과 자주권 존중의 원칙을 준수하지 않는다면 언제가도 전체 유엔 성원국들이 총의를 대변한다는 긍정적인 평판을 가질 수 없게 될 것이며 결국 미국의 안방이라는 수치스러운 오명만을 떠안게 될 것입니다. 안전보장이사회에서 미국을 비롯한 적대 세력들이 강권과 전횡을 막기 위해서는 소방 주도의 불합리한 성국 구도를 개편하여야 하며 이를 위해서는 유엔 성공국들의 절대 다수를 차지하는 발전도상 나라의 개표권을 확대 강화하여야 합니다. 또한 안전보장이사회가 자기 사명과 권력에 맞지 않는 문제들을 의제화하여 주권 국가들의 영상에 먹칠을 하고 내정에 간섭하며 대결과 분열을 부추기는 행위를 근절하여야 합니다. 이 자리를 빌어 조선민주주의 인민공화국 대표단은 미국의 악랄한 제재 봉쇄와 내부와의 책동에 맞서 사회주의 기치를 변함없이 고수해 나가고 있는 쿠바의 전적인 지지 선언을 보내면서 수십 년간 지속된 경제적 대학살 행위, 미국의 반쿠바 경제, 무역 및 금융 봉쇄와 테러 지원국 지정을 강력히 규탄 배격하며 이를 즉시 처리할 것을 요구합니다. 이와 함께 수리아, 베네수엘라, 이란을 비롯한 자주적인 나라들의 부당하게 가해지고 있는 모든 강압 조치들을 즉시 완전히 무조건 처리할 것을 요구하며 동북 쿠두스를 수도로 하는 독립국가 창설을 비롯하여 합법적인 민족적 권리를 되찾기 위한 팔레스티나인민이 정의의 위협에 변함없는 지지와 연대성을 보내는 바입니다. 의장 선생, 대표들, 자주 평화 친선은 조선민주주의 인민공화국이 희정일관하게 견지하고 있는 대외 정책적 이념입니다. 조선민주주의 인민공화국은 앞으로도 침략과 간섭, 지배와 예속을 반대 배격하고 자주를 지향하고 정의를 사랑하는 모든 나라 민족들과 사상과 제도의 차이에 관계없이 단결하고 협조할 것이며 우리나라를 존중하고 우호적으로 대하는 자본주의 나라들과도 다방면적인 교류와 협력을 확대 발전시켜 나갈 것입니다. 감사합니다.
I thank the chair of the delegation of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mark Hamain Araba, chair of the delegation of Benin. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président de la 78e session de l'Assemblée générale, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs de délégation, Mesdames et Messieurs distingués délégués, il m'échoit le privilège et l'insigne honneur, au nom de Monsieur Patrice Talon, président de la République du Bénin empêché, de délivrer l'allocution dont la teneur suit. Citation. Il m'est agréable de commencer mon propos en exprimant de prime abord mes chaleureuses félicitations à votre endroit, Monsieur le Président, pour votre brillante élection à la présidence de la 78e session de l'Assemblée générale, en vous formant mes vœux de plein succès dans l'accomplissement de cette haute mission. Je saisis l'occasion pour adresser également mes félicitations à l'endroit de votre prédécesseur, son Excellence M. Tchaba Korossi, que le Bénin s'honore d'avoir secondé en qualité de vice-président pour la manière remarquable avec laquelle il a présidé les travaux de la 77e session. Je ne saurais clore mon propos liminaire sans réitérer mes remerciements à son Excellence M. Antonio Guterres, secrétaire général de l'organisation, pour l'engagement actif et constant en faveur de l'atteinte effective des nobles objectifs qui sont ceux de notre organisation commune dans le contexte de nombreux défis pressants qui nous interpellent aujourd'hui plus que jamais. Monsieur le Président, nous voici encore une fois réunis dans le cadre du débat général, rendez-vous annuel de la communauté des nations, non seulement pour discuter des questions brûlantes de l'actualité mondiale, mais aussi et surtout pour donner des orientations politiques pouvant permettre de bâtir un consensus viable sur les voies et moyens de les résoudre. Avant de m'adonner à cet exercice, je vous adresse les chaleureuses salutations de mon gouvernement et de la nation béninoise tout entière, nation qui s'efforce inlassablement à révéler à lui-même et au monde entier ses potentialités, ses atouts et à jouer pleinement la partition qui est la sienne dans le concert des nations en faveur d'une humanité plus unie et prospère. En effet, depuis un peu plus de 7 ans, le Bénin met en œuvre méthodiquement les réformes majeures prévues par les 2 programmes successifs d'action de mon gouvernement qui sont arrimés aux EDD. Les efforts déployés nous ont permis de passer d'un taux de croissance de 4% en 2016 à 7,6% en 2019 et depuis 2020 d'intégrer la catégorie des pays à revenus intermédiaires. Ces résultats renforcent notre conviction que le sous-développement n'est pas une fatalité. Pour s'assurer que la croissance économique c'est effectivement la cause du développement social, mon gouvernement a mis en place une série de mesures visant à éliminer la pauvreté et à renforcer le capital humain. Inlassablement, nous poursuivons l'amélioration des conditions de vie de nos populations à travers la réalisation d'actions phares en matière d'urbanisation et d'assainissement urbain, d'accès à l'énergie et à l'eau potable d'une part, ainsi qu'à l'éducation et aux soins de santé d'autre part. Tout ceci se passe dans un environnement politique apaisé, avec l'organisation réussie en janvier de cette année d'élections législatives libres et transparentes qui ont renforcé la pluralité dans le paysage politique national. Malgré ces nombreuses réalisations, nous demeurons conscients que de nombreux défis économiques persistent, que bien d'enjeux sociaux demeurent à atteindre et que des risques perdurent en matière de sécurité au regard de l'environnement sous-régional. Monsieur le Président, situé en Afrique de l'Ouest, le Bénin est confronté à une série de défis et de dynamiques complexes, touchant notamment divers aspects au nombre desquels la sécurité et la stabilité politique. En effet, il n'est un secret pour personne que sur le plan politique, la sous-région ouest africaine est aux prises avec des instabilités et des problèmes de gouvernance. Par ailleurs, la menace sécuritaire s'est intensifiée dans plusieurs pays du fait de l'action conjuguée du terrorisme, de l'extrémisme violent et de la piraterie. La résolution de ces problèmes exige une coopération sous-régionale et internationale, ainsi qu'un engagement continu en faveur du développement durable et de la démocratie. Pays épris de paix, le Bénin reste attaché aux idéaux qui ont présidé à la création de la Communauté économique des États de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, CEDEAO, à l'échelle sous-régionale, et de l'Organisation des Nations Unies à l'échelle globale, et ne manquera pas d'apporter sa contribution à la résolution des 10 problèmes qui requièrent des réponses internationales coordonnées, ainsi qu'une coopération renforcée à l'échelle planétaire. Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, le thème qui nous réunit cette année, à savoir rétablir la confiance et raviver la solidarité, accélérer l'action menée pour réaliser le programme 2030 et ses objectifs de développement durable en faveur de la paix, de la prospérité, du progrès et de la durabilité pour tous, colle parfaitement avec l'agenda de l'ONU qui a procédé il y a quelques jours au cours du sommet sur les ODD à une évaluation d'étape de la mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2030. Dans le contexte si particulier que connaît le monde, avec diverses crises, notamment les effets inquiétants du changement climatique, la guerre en Ukraine et ses conséquences, les secousses politiques dans certains pays, nous abordons cette nouvelle session alors que même l'humanité continue de faire face à une multitude de défis complexes. Les dernières années sont particulièrement éprouvantes pour les populations partout dans le monde. Elles ont mis en évidence les fragilités de notre monde dans le contexte de la mondialisation, de la pandémie du Covid-19 et de ses conséquences. Dans notre monde secoué par des confusions, fracturé par les inégalités, démuni face aux nouvelles menaces, les Nations Unies doivent demeurer pour les peuples de la planète un phare d'espérance, de solidarité et d'humanisme qu'il nous faut préserver à tout prix et renforcer. Ce thème nous replace devant nos responsabilités et nous engage à renouveler notre foi dans les idéaux de la Charte des Nations Unies. Il nous rappelle l'urgence à l'action collective pour trouver les solutions idoines et durables aux défis de notre temps, dont le plus pressant est celui de l'atteinte des ODD d'ici à 2030. Ces défis soulignent plus que jamais le rôle crucial qui est celui des institutions multilatérales pour notre prospérité et notre sécurité collective. Le Bénin soutient, en conséquence, toutes les initiatives qui contribueront au renforcement et à une refondation ambitieuse de la gouvernance mondiale à travers des réformes appropriées sur 3 grands axes. La refondation des Nations Unies, que nous appelons de nos vœux exige de prendre la pleine mesure de ce que le monde a beaucoup changé depuis 1945 et que si nous voulons tenir les promesses de la Charte, la gouvernance de l'ONU doit être réformée en vue d'adapter l'organisation aux défis de notre temps. C'est l'occasion pour ma délégation de renouveler son appui politique à l'agenda de réforme proposé et lancé par le secrétaire général par rapport aux 3 piliers que sont la paix et la sécurité, le développement et les droits de l'homme. Par ailleurs, l'acuité des crises qui secouent le monde et les mutations géopolitiques intervenues depuis 1945 requièrent un rééquilibrage des rapports de force aux Nations Unies, notamment au Conseil de sécurité. À cet égard, le Bénin plaide en faveur d'une réforme effective et immédiate, visant à rendre cet organe plus représentatif et efficace, notamment par le biais d'une augmentation du nombre de ses représentants, qu'ils soient permanents ou non permanents, conformément à la politique africaine telle qu'exprimée par le consensus d'El-Zouini et la déclaration de Sion. Cette refondation doit aussi s'opérer au niveau du système commercial multilatéral, avec des règles commerciales plus équitables, régissant un environnement international qui favorise les pays en développement, la production et la création de la valeur ajoutée, l'accès au marché et une intégration dans tous les segments des chaînes de valeur mondiales. Il urge enfin une refondation de l'architecture financière mondiale dans le contexte actuel que d'aucuns qualifient de grande fracture financière, où le système financier mondial peine à juguler efficacement les impacts des crises mondiales sur les pays du Sud et à favoriser de façon significative le financement du développement durable. À mi-chemin de l'échéance du programme de développement durable à l'horizon 2030, et si nous voulons accroître nos chances d'atteindre les objectifs que nous nous sommes fixés, il s'avère impératif de garantir un environnement permettant un meilleur accès à des financements structurants et durables. Cet impératif appelle une approche allant au-delà du mécanisme classique de l'aide publique au développement vers des investissements directs productifs aux taux les plus bas et sur les échéances les plus longues possibles. Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est seulement sous réserve de telles réformes courageuses, soutenues par une volonté politique affirmée, que nous pouvons faire face efficacement aux grands défis contemporains qui nous interpellent et autour de la résolution desquels notre organisation joue sa crédibilité dans les opinions publiques nationales, voire sur la scène internationale. Ces défis ont pour nom inter alia la paix et la sécurité, y compris la cybersécurité, la démocratie et les droits de l'homme, l'accès à l'eau et à l'énergie de façon durable et respectueuse de l'environnement, la santé et l'éducation, la lutte contre la pauvreté et les inégalités, qu'elles soient économiques, sociales ou autres, le changement climatique, la biodiversité et l'environnement, la sécurité alimentaire, la migration et que sais-je encore. Ces défis interconnectés exigent une coopération internationale, une action concertée et des solutions novatrices pour résoudre les problèmes mondiaux contemporains et construire un avenir plus durable et équitable pour tous. Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, la crédibilité de notre organisation commune se jouera par ailleurs sur notre aptitude à apporter enfin, de façon équitable et durable, des solutions pacifiques à des questions qui perdurent depuis des décennies, au nombre desquelles ma délégation voudrait évoquer la paix et la sécurité au Proche-Orient, notamment la question palestinienne, au sujet de laquelle le Bénin réaffirme son soutien aux initiatives diplomatiques visant à créer un État palestinien viable, doté des attributs de la pleine souveraineté internationale et vivant dans une coexistence pacifique avec l'État d'Israël. Le blocus économique, commercial et financier imposé à Cuba par les États-Unis d'Amérique. Ma délégation est d'avis que l'assouplissement, voire la levée de l'embargo permettra à la population cubaine de faire face aux nombreuses crises qui secouent actuellement notre planète. Dans ce contexte, nous appelons à la prise de mesures concrètes dans le sens de la levée entière et définitive du blocus, ainsi que de la normalisation des relations entre ces deux pays, amis du Bénin. La question du Sahara occidental, qui mérite que nous accroissions nos efforts pour trouver une solution définitive, en capitalisant les acquis du processus politique tenu sous les auspices du secrétaire général de l'Organisation des Nations Unies, dans le cadre de la mise en œuvre des résolutions pertinentes du Conseil de sécurité. Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, l'avenir de l'Organisation des Nations Unies, notre organisation commune, dépend de notre responsabilité collective à lui donner les moyens de se renforcer et de contribuer à l'avènement d'un système de gouvernance mondiale plus inclusif qui tienne ses promesses et garantisse le meilleur avenir possible aux peuples des nations, en particulier aux jeunes. Ma délégation continuera à agir avec tous les pays qui partagent cet idéal. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention. Fin de citation.
I thank the chair of the delegation of Benin. I now give the floor to His Excellency Damiano Bellifi, Chair of the Delegation of San Marino. Your Excellency.
Mr. President, Excellencies, on behalf of the Government of the Republic of San Marino, I would like to congratulate His Excellencies Dennis Francis on his elections as President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly and to wish him a fruitful work. I would also like to extend my special thanks to Secretary General Antonio Gutierrez for his energy and determination in leading the United Nations in these difficult and challenging times. Mr. President, the coming years will be crucial not only for our future, but for that of generations to come. The promises of the 2030 Agenda are in danger. Despite years of sustainable development gains, millions of people have fallen into poverty, and hunger and malnutrition are becoming more pervasive. We are concerned by the multiple interlinked crises that are pushing our world over the brink, especially developing countries. The crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution, migration and forced displacement, the cost of living crisis, the water, food, financial and energy crisis are threatening our planet and people and derailing progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. Moreover, the intensification of conflicts in many parts of the world, together with natural disasters, which have become more frequent and intense, are causing human suffering and compromising the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. Mr. President, the increasingly evident interrelationships among global challenges highlight the need for Member States, today more than ever, to work together to overcome difficulties. No individual state, even the most powerful or technologically advanced, has the capacity to face the global challenges on its own. San Marino reaffirms its commitment to multilateralism, with the United Nations at its center and in particular in the framework of the General Assembly as the most representative body of the United Nations, on account of its deeply democratic nature, universal participation and undisputed legitimacy. We need to strengthen our commitment to implement existing agreements, such as the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, the Biodiversity Convention, international law treaties, and to make the necessary reforms to the system. We need to revitalize the United Nations by reinvigorating the multilateralism if we want to pursue credible solutions to the global challenges. To this end, it is essential to rebuild trust in the potential of the organization, in its leadership, and most of all, trust between its members and all the stakeholders. Moreover, the global governance must become more inclusive and accountable to be effective by providing more space for the participation of civil society and private sector. It must ensure sustainable finance by catalyzing a new generation of public and private investment in global goods, but also by strengthening the global financial safety net in order to make it possible for member states to access to international funding during times of crisis. Reforms must remain at the center of our action because they are crucial to future world stability and maintenance of international peace and security. In this regard, San Marino follows with particular interest the Security Council reform. As we have stated on previous occasions, our country believes that intergovernmental negotiations favor the search for an agreement based on a broad and strong political consensus, able to reflect the interest of all negotiating groups. San Marino calls for a reform that makes the Council more democratic, transparent, efficient and accountable. This goal can be achieved only through a continuous dialogue among Member States and the awareness that overcoming the respective initial position is essential to negotiate the broadest agreement possible. Mr. President, we are facing difficult times with an unprecedented level of violence, mass atrocities and displacement. San Marino is deeply concerned about the number and the scale of armed conflict across the globe, which cause immense suffering to millions of civilians. San Marino is also very concerned about the alarming increase of dangerous nuclear rhetoric and nuclear threats, which reinforce the image of a dark future instead of a sustainable one. Any use or threat of use of nuclear weapons is irresponsible and totally unacceptable. Unfortunately, today the risk of a nuclear weapons use, either deliberately or by accident, is higher than at any time since the Cold War. Nuclear weapons use would cause massive death and destruction and would create catastrophic and prolonged consequences on human health and well-being, as well as on the environment. San Marino reaffirms its commitment for a world free of nuclear weapons and attaches great importance to the milestone treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons that currently has reached more than 90 states signatories. Mr. President, the war of aggression against Ukraine brought dramatic consequences for the civilian population, including civilian death, the destruction of vital infrastructures, and massive displacement. San Marino condemns the Russian aggression against Ukraine and supports Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its international recognized border. At the same time, San Marino welcomes all international efforts for a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine, in line with the UN Charter, the resolution of the General Assembly, and international law. San Marino supports the obligation under humanitarian law, such as the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, the Rome Statute, and the Geneva Conventions. San Marino reaffirms its full commitment to the International Criminal Court, whose work is crucial in the fight against impunity for genocide and crimes against humanity, and it represents one of the core elements for the implementation of the responsibility to protect. The ICC, through its work, fosters accountability and thus promotes prevention and reconciliation. Mr. President, armed conflicts around the globe have dramatically impacted the lives of millions of civilians and resulted into continued and massive displacement. San Marino is alarmed by the unprecedented food and nutrition crisis affecting hundreds of millions of people around the world. The protection of civilian infrastructures is key to ensure food security in time of conflict. When infrastructures and tools essential to the survival of civilians are damaged or destroyed, food production and distribution, water delivery, sanitation, energy provision, and healthcare can all be disrupted. San Marino calls on all parties to implement Security Council Resolution 2417, which condemns the use of starvation of civilians as a method of warfare, as well as the unlawful denial of humanitarian access. Furthermore, San Marino supports Security Council Resolution 2573, which condemns attacks against critical civilian infrastructures indispensable for their survival. Mr. President, San Marino is particularly concerned about the high number of grave violations against children reported also this year in the Secretary General's report. Armed conflicts continue to devastate children's lives and to compromise their fundamental rights. We are witnessing an increase in attacks on schools and hospitals. This is unacceptable. San Marino firmly condemns attacks on schools and hospitals, as well as their use for military purposes. Healthcare and education are fundamental children's rights that must be always preserved. We reiterate our support for the Safe School Declaration. Educational facilities should be a safe place for all children, students and teachers. We are also concerned for the substantial increase in the recruitment and use of child soldiers. We call on all Member States to ratify the optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child on the Involvement of Children in Armed Conflict. We also encourage all parties to support other important tools such as the Paris Principle and Commitments and the Vancouver Principles. San Marino supports the work of the Special Representative for Children and Armed Conflict and of her office and welcomes the new action plans and commitments that have been signed or that are in progress. Mr. President, the increasing number of conflict shows how diplomacy, mediation and conflict prevention are tools to be strengthened for a sustainable peace. Today more than ever, political solutions, inclusive peace processes, a conflict prevention strategy and a strong faith in multilateralism are required. Today we face several and interrelated security challenges. Access to natural resources is one of them, while climate change is increasingly both an existential threat and a key driver of conflict. The link between the climate emergency and security issues is self-evident, and it needs to be addressed within the Security Council in order to respond to the needs of the poorest and most vulnerable communities. The effects of climate change are causing sufferance to the most vulnerable communities, especially to small island developing states, the least developed countries and those affected by conflict. Rising sea levels, poor precipitation and record temperatures exacerbate the risk of instability by reducing harvest, displacing communities and destroying infrastructures. Climate policies and green transitions offer opportunities for reducing the devastating effect of climate change. It is imperative to address the challenges posed by climate change through ambitious mitigation, adaptation and implementation of the loss and damage agenda and an adequate climate finance agenda. If we fail, they will have devastating effects for the planet as well as development and human rights. Mr. President, without immediate acceleration of SDGs implementation, our world will endure new periods of crisis and uncertainty. The recent SDG summit represents a chance to scale up efforts to achieve the 2030 Agenda and the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, including through development cooperation, SDG investment, enhancing macroeconomic policy cooperation, and implementing action to accelerate sustainable development, in particular in support of developing countries. San Marino commits to accelerate action to remove all legal, social and economic barriers to achieving gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls. We support the empowerment of other vulnerable groups, such as youth and people with disability, aiming at the realization of and full enjoyment of their human rights. For San Marino, it is essential to continue to work for an inclusive and equitable quality education, including early childhood education, digital education, and stress the importance of addressing the gender gap in education. In this regard, we welcome the outcomes of 2022 United Nations Transforming Education Summit. San Marino calls on all Member States to spread the benefit of digitalization by expanding the participation of all countries, in particular developing countries, in the digital economy. We also believe extremely important to accelerate the transition to sustainable food system and promote healthy nutrition, diets and consumption practices, and to recover momentum and accelerate efforts to end hunger and all forms of malnutrition. In this respect, we welcome the outcome of the 2023 UN Food Systems Stocktaking Moment, which serves the first global follow-up to the 2021 Food System Summit. Moreover, as promoter of the resolution which established the 29th of September as International Day of Awareness of Food Loss and Waste, San Marino firmly believes that the fight against food loss and waste will contribute to promote food security and welcomes all the initiatives aiming at developing awareness in such responsible behaviors. In conclusion, Mr. President, if we want to build inclusive, equitable and peaceful society, it is essential to find new ways of working together and to ensure that multilateral institutions will be able to address the rapid changes taking place. Member States must assume their responsibilities, including that of making our organization able to fulfill its mandate, which is to protect the citizens of the world. Thanks to its century-old history of peace and freedom, San Marino is a state with a strong vocation to dialogue and solidarity. Our state is small but proud to bring its contribution to the work of the United Nations. Thank you.
I thank the chair of the delegation of San Marino, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Robert Ray, chair of the delegation of Canada.
Mr. President, I'm very honored to speak to the General Assembly on behalf of the Government of Canada. I recognize that I'm doing so on the traditional territory of the Lenape people. First of all, Mr. President, I'd like to congratulate you on your election as President of the General Assembly. If I may say so, it's wonderful to see a member of the PR community taking charge, and it's been a pleasure working with you, and I'm looking forward to working with you in the time ahead. I'd also like to offer our sincere condolences to all those who have lost loved ones in the terrible floods in Libya, as well as with our dear friends in Morocco who are mourning the many lives that have been taken by the devastating earthquake. Let me assure you that Canada stands ready to assist in whatever way we can facing these challenging situations. And we're thinking today, as we see the very, very tragic photographs and videos of the Armenians who are leaving Nagorno-Karabakh after such a challenging experience over the last several months, indeed years. Mr. President, just before coming to New York, I had the opportunity to work with an Indigenous Council of Leaders in Northern Ontario in Canada, and they had what I thought was a very effective slogan, which was quite simple. It talked about the power of unity and the dignity of difference. And I think it's a theme that we should perhaps think about. Sometimes people talk about the failure of the United Nations. And I point out to them that, no, it's the divided nations that are failing. When we are united, we succeed. It's when we are divided that we fail. And so I want to suggest that we need to seize this time and all the times that we have to make a difference, but we'll only succeed if we come together. We are at the halfway point in trying to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, which we all agreed we would work on 8 years ago. We recently adopted the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Treaty, and we are approaching the first global stocktaking of the Paris Agreement. But listening to the speeches this last week, it's been very clear that there is a profound consensus that we are very far behind where we need to be to meet the commitments that we have all made to our populations and that we have all made to one another. The health of our planet, of our people, of our institutions, the well-being of all of our populations, and indeed our global economy are all at serious risk. When I met earlier last week with Wilton Littlechild, who's a former Grand Chief of the Confederacy of Treaty 6 First Nations and a member of Canada's Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and yes, a negotiator of the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, he's talked to me very directly about how it's so critical that we not look at the issues in isolation. As we speak here, we go from topic to topic and from things that we have to cover to the next thing we have to cover. But it's important that we see them all as a whole. We need to recognize how things are connected. Combien de gens dans vos pays?
Like many people in your countries,
Je peux vous assurer que les Canadiens et Canadiennes, ils aussi, ils s'inquiètent du coût de la vie. Ils aussi s'inquiètent aussi de l'intelligence artificielle, de l'ingérence étrangère et de la mésinformation et la désinformation. Les Canadiens vivent aussi les crises climatiques et environnementales. Comme vous le savez très bien, comme les citoyens de New York savent très bien. Cet été, les Canadiens ont connu les feux de forêt les plus destructeurs de l'histoire de notre pays. On n'a jamais vu avant cet été. Jusqu'à quel point nous sommes liés tous ensemble. Des feux à une échelle jamais vue, brûlant en même temps, partout. Mais le Canada n'est pas unique. Les incendies ont fait rage partout dans le monde à une échelle sans précédent. Il ne s'agissait pas d'une fenêtre sur notre avenir, mais plutôt d'un témoignage de notre présent. Notre réponse à ces défis difficiles ne doit pas être complaisante, divisée ou nostalgique du passé. Il ne s'agit pas de pointer du doigt ou de chercher des panacées. Il s'agit de prendre des mesures concrètes pour aider à relever, tant au Canada que dans le monde entier, les défis auxquels nous sommes confrontés tous ensemble. So, we are taking steps at the national level, of course. And it is entirely right and normal that all of us would be taking steps at home to deal with the crisis that we face. For example, in Canada, we've made a decision to admit more people into our country than ever before, because we have found and discovered that immigration has made us a better country and it's made us a better place to live. We've also decided to put a price on carbon, because we know that we must do everything we can to stem climate change, even as we know that we have to do more ourselves. We believe strongly that reducing emissions is a duty that is shared, but so is the need to ensure something else, and that is the access to capital on longer terms and with more favorable rates to help in the green transformation of the global economy. That is why we have now agreed to donate more of our special drawing rights at the International Monetary Fund. As the Prime Minister announced last week, we have made the decision to grant 48% of our own drawing rights to other countries. That's the highest number among those who have the drawing rights, and we would encourage others to follow that example. We've also continued to search for ways to break down gender barriers and to end systemic racism, to not be afraid to describe it as such, and to say that it's something we have to continue to deal with, to protect and to promote the rights of two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, and asexual individuals and communities in all their diversity. And let me say from this platform why we do that and why I describe it in this way. It is because it is so fundamental to human nature itself to let people be themselves, to let people be who they are, and to have the right to celebrate their own identity without repression, without division, without discrimination. It's foundational for us. And yes, so is walking the path towards reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. Because with full humility and in full recognition of our own faults, we have found strength in diversity, purpose in equity, and unity in inclusion. And like many others, we have found greater peace in finally admitting the truth of who we are. Mr. President, late last month at the invitation of the government of Panama, I had the opportunity to visit the Darien Gap, which is the jungle that serves as the border between Colombia and Panama. I saw the irregular migration crisis unfolding there, as we call it, where, in real terms, what is it? It's hundreds of thousands of men, women, and especially children who are risking their lives to cross the gap. The sheer number of people who are crossing and on this journey is shocking, and it has to be seen in a much broader light. I had the chance to speak with individuals from many different countries, of course from the region, but also from Afghanistan, from China, and from Syria. And this regional crisis, which is now very much in the Americas, is part of a global crisis. There are today over 108 million people that are forcibly displaced around the world. Hundreds of thousands of Rohingya remain displaced in Bangladesh and in their native Rakhine, as the military junta continues its brutal and illegal crackdown in Myanmar. In Afghanistan, where the de facto authorities are repressing the rights of women and girls, over 5 million people are displaced or refugees. After more than 12 years of war, more than 12 million Syrians are internally displaced or refugees in neighboring countries. 2 million have now been displaced by the conflict in Sudan, including those already scarred by the genocidal violence in Darfur. Les conflits sont le principal moteur de cette crise mondiale, tout comme les changements climatiques, les catastrophes naturelles et l'insécurité économique. Les personnes qui cherchent à traverser la région de Darien fuient tous ces facteurs de déplacement. Les nombreuses personnes qui cherchent à traverser m'ont fait voir les conséquences de notre action ou notre inaction ici aux Nations Unies. Et ma visite a renforcé ma conviction profonde que ce que nous disons et ce que nous faisons ici aux Nations Unies est profondément important dans la vie des gens que nous représentons. Nous devons nous rappeler notre pouvoir collectif. Comme j'ai dit avant, que le pouvoir est dans l'unité et non pas dans la division. Et notre responsabilité de faire le plus de bien possible pour le plus grand nombre de personnes. J'étais touché, franchement, par le travail remarquable des Nations Unies et de toutes les organisations humanitaires que j'ai visitées. Et nous voyons partout dans le monde que les besoins humanitaires ont atteint des sommets historiques. Pourtant, le financement est nettement insuffisant. Nous connaissons tous que les solutions les plus durables sont politiques. Ils doivent s'attaquer aux causes sous-jacentes des crises humanitaires tout en trouvant des solutions durables qui respectent la dignité humaine et les droits de la personne et créent les cadres durables pour le développement économique et de la prospérité. C'est aussi vrai en Afghanistan qu'au Myanmar, en Syrie qu'en Soudan. We're also at a crossroads, as you said, Mr. President, in your opening address. We're at a crossroads in history on two issues that are closely linked: gender equality and democracy. I was in the hall when the President of South Africa was speaking, and he eloquently reminded us in his speech that the achievement of the SDGs depends on the empowerment of women in all spheres of life. He called for the provision of adequate health services to every woman, child, and adolescent, every kid, and made a passionate plea for the equal representation of women in decision-making. President Ramaphosa is absolutely right. Yet, sometimes today, we are told at the UN, when we're in our negotiations, that gender is too divisive an issue. We're told that to seek ambition in this area is insensitive. I've heard these words myself. That it should be put aside for compromise. Well, I could not disagree more. For us, gender equality is not an issue to be bartered against perceptions of progress, nor is it just a nice to have or something that can be said but always has to be qualified. Gender equality, the equality between men and women, the equality between all human beings, it is core to our dignity. It is the foundation of freedom. It is the foundation of justice. And it is the foundation of peace. If we cannot treat ourselves as equals, we will never achieve the things that we want to achieve. It's also essential in our work on financing for development and in the reform of the global financial architecture. And we are committed to responding to the calls of developing countries in these discussions. As I've mentioned before, it's not just what I say, it's what we do. And what we have done is indicate and take the decision that we're moving forward with respect to the SDRs as we've been asked to do. Sustainable economic growth cannot be realized if the opportunities for women, who represent half the population, are suppressed. At the same time, as we put great emphasis on the importance of equality, we also have to uphold the values of free and democratic societies. We cannot bend the rules of state-to-state relations for political expediency, because we've seen and continue to see the extent to which democracies are under threat through various means of foreign interference. But the truth is, if we don't adhere to the rules that we've agreed to, the very fabric of our open and of our free societies may start to tear. We also have to protect and promote the principles of equality and universality of access to health care for all, including sexual and reproductive health rights for all women. By building open, inclusive societies, and by promoting and protecting human rights for all, everyone benefits. And this is how we get closer to equality and get closer to justice. Monsieur le Président, je tourne maintenant à la situation en Haïti. Nous devons également travailler ensemble pour faire face à cette crise urgente, la crise humanitaire, politique et civile en Haïti. La semaine dernière, le Premier ministre Trudeau a convoqué une réunion du groupe consultatif spécial sur Haïti, que le Canada est fier de présider. Nous sommes reconnaissants de la participation des dirigeants d'Haïti, des pays des Caraïbes et de bien d'autres. Et j'ai beaucoup apprécié, si je peux dire, le discours qui était donné ce matin par le ministre des Affaires étrangères de la Jamaïque. Nous avons entendu très clairement que la situation en matière de sécurité en Haïti va mal. Le viol est systématiquement utilisé comme arme. La violence, la corruption et l'impunité sont la norme. Alors, nous appuyons sans réserve l'intensification des efforts déployés par le Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies pour régler la situation en priorité. L'offre du Kenya de diriger une mission d'assistance de soutien à la sécurité en Haïti témoigne de son leadership et de sa solidarité. Nous saluons également des promesses de contribution faites par la Jamaïque, les Bahamas et d'autres pays. Et nous félicitons les pays et les organisations internationales qui se sont joints au groupe de coordination de l'aide à la sécurité internationale qui a été annoncé en juin dernier par la ministre des Affaires étrangères du Canada, Mme Mélanie Joly. Le Canada a beaucoup investi dans le secteur de sécurité en Haïti et nous allons continuer de faire ce travail. Nous encourageons les autres à se joindre à nous dans cet effort. En même temps, nous poursuivons notre appel pour un dialogue politique inclusif et nous encourageons encore toutes les parties prenantes à travailler ensemble dans un esprit de compromis pour le bien du peuple haïtien. C'est essentiel pour rétablir l'ordre constitutionnel, ouvrir la voie des élections libres et équitables et ultimement s'attaquer aux causes profondes de la violence. Mais avant tout, une approche globale, une approche qui appuie les solutions dirigées par Haïti et qui comprend des mesures urgentes en matière de sécurité, d'aide humanitaire et de développement est absolument essentielle. Security for everyone living in Haiti is a precondition for all else that we must do. But in so doing, we must reinforce this security by working on the humanitarian crisis and on the development crisis and on the political crisis. We have to show what we can do in this joined-up effort. Mr. President, over the past decades, the Middle East and the wider world have struggled with the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It was an issue in 1945. It's an issue today. Today, Canadians are greatly concerned by the trajectory of the conflict, noting in particular the rising levels of violence in the West Bank and in Israel, the continued risk of escalation between Israel and Gaza and groups in Lebanon, and the continued growth of Israeli settlements that do not have a foundation in international law. The measures and rhetoric that make two states impossible has to stop. We are committed to the goal of a just, a comprehensive, and a lasting peace in the Middle East, which includes the creation of a Palestinian state living side by side in peace and in security with Israel. We urge both parties to return to the negotiation table and make the difficult compromises that will be required to achieve this result. We firmly believe that unilateral actions that jeopardize efforts for peace and the failure to embrace all that is entailed in creating two states not that are bickering and at war and fighting each other, not that are threatening each other, but two states that are living in peace, in mutual recognition, and with this concept of the dignity of difference. Unless we get there, we will only have deeper conflict, and this has to be avoided. Monsieur le Président, le chemin que nous emprunterons ensemble à ce carrefour de l'histoire va déterminer l'avenir de notre organisation et il aura une incidence dans la vie de tous nos concitoyens. Nous avons vu le pouvoir de veto des membres permanents du Conseil de sécurité utilisé pour empêcher le Conseil de réagir aux atrocités et aux agressions. Nous appuyons l'autolimitation du veto par tous ces membres permanents dans les situations où des civils risquent de commettre des crimes atroces. Nous soutenons également les efforts visant à élargir le nombre de membres élus du Conseil afin de garantir une représentation plus équitable d'un plus grand nombre de pays en développement dans le monde. Et nous mettons au défi tous les membres permanents d'accepter plus pleinement et publiquement la nécessité de devenir plus efficace, plus inclusif et plus transparent. C'est le moment pour la réforme. Cet appel n'arrête pas au Conseil de sécurité. Tous nos processus intergouvernementaux de tous les organes des Nations Unies doivent devenir plus efficaces. Nous devons être ouverts à apporter les changements nécessaires. C'est à nous maintenant de décider. Oui, nous sommes à mi-chemin d'horizon 2030. Et oui, nous sommes pris de retard. Mais nous sommes aussi capables de corriger la situation et d'aller de l'avant ensemble. Le Canada est convaincu que nous pouvons le faire. Le multilatéralisme a toujours évolué. Dans le passé, c'est le cas. Ce sera le cas dans l'avenir. Mais nous devons agir. Nos institutions n'ont pas besoin d'être statiques, y compris l'architecture financière internationale. Nous avons fait notre travail avec la Jamaïque, avec nos collègues de Barbados, Madame Motley, le secrétaire général. Nous croyons tous aux possibilités de changement et de réaliser nos efforts et de faire une avance importante. Nous allons continuer d'investir comme nous avons fait dans le passé, parce que nous croyons que c'est les Nations Unies, car nous croyons que cette organisation peut aider à bâtir une paix durable. Mr. President, I have to conclude on a somber note. What remains the greatest threat to global peace and security today? And there's no getting around it, there's no avoiding it and not calling it for what it is. And that is Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. We wake up every morning, our time, to the news of which city has been bombed, which children have been maimed, which communities have been destroyed. The Charter clearly commits us all to end the scourge of war. Those are the first words of what we are determined to do. The Russian Federation signed the Charter. And yet, despite that signature, for 580 days, the Russian Federation has waged an illegal and an immoral war of aggression against a fellow member of this organization, Ukraine. The Russians went to the International Court of Justice and said, no, it's not an invasion, it's self-defense. We're exercising our jurisdiction under Article 51. And besides, there was a genocide caused by the Ukrainians. And the only problem with these arguments is the court has looked at them and said, no, it's not true. This is an invasion of one country by another country. It's the most fundamental breach of the Charter one can imagine. The costs of this war are staggering. There's, first of all, the unimaginable costs counted in lives. Thousands and thousands. Hospitals, schools bombed, people displaced, children abducted, forcibly deported. President Zelensky was right when he said it's a global natural disaster. It's caused volatility to food and energy prices when the global economy is already struggling. And what has Russia's response been to this? Well, first of all, to deny that it's happening, to call it a special military operation that's caused by Article 50, generated by Article 51. These are just lies. It's not compatible with what we know and can see are the facts. Russia has also blocked the Black Sea Grain Initiative. It's holding the world's food supply hostage. It's causing the price of living to go up in every single country in the world. It's putting millions of people unemployed in countries all around the world. It's turning countries against each other. We have to realize Russia does not have the best interests of any of us in mind. And we simply cannot allow President Putin and his enablers to pretend the Charter doesn't exist, to make a mockery of this foundational law in the relationships between us. Truth is, Russia has committed a terrible aggression. It is committing a terrible aggression each and every day. We have a report earlier this week that tortures are being committed as a matter of state policy. And we believe Russia has to be held accountable. And we are determined to see justice served. Canada welcomes the indictments by the International Criminal Court against President Putin and as Commissioner for Children's Rights, because we believe that no one is above the law. But what has the Russians done even this week? This week they've issued arrest warrants against three senior officials and judges of the International Criminal Court. The president of the International Criminal Court, who speaks from this dais every year describing the work of the court, is under an arrest warrant from the Russians. Imagine what it would be like that we live in a world where, imagine in everyone's country, if some criminal who's charged says, well, that's fine, I'm just going to take out the Chief Justice. These are terrible things. We're going to do everything we can to support Ukraine as it continues to defend itself, its people, its identity, its sovereignty, and its territorial integrity. We believe this is fully in line with our commitments under the Charter and international law. And we believe as well that it's the war that is not legal. And it is the war that is fundamentally immoral. And it is a war that has been started by Russia, and Russia can end it. Russia could end it right now by simply saying it's over and pulling its troops back. End of war. There'll be no invasion of Russia. It's over. Peace would come. People say they want peace. Tell that to the Russians. They're the ones who can create peace with a snap of a finger. So let me go back to where I started, Mr. President, just to say we have to seize the time that we have to make a difference. Nous devons saisir
we must take
les opportunités
the opportunities
qui existent et qui sont devant nous
that we have
pour faire la
before us
différence.
to make a difference.
We have to find within ourselves the ability to create unity where there is division. We have to find inside ourselves the capacity to recognize the importance of accepting differences. And if we can do that, then we can create a United Nations that will be worthy of the name. That is our job, that is our obligation, and that is the work we have to do. Thank you very much.
I thank the chair of the delegation of Canada, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Odo Tevi, chair of the delegation of Vanuatu.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I have the great honor to deliver this address on behalf of the government and people of the Republic of Vanuatu. Mr. President, at the outset, let me sincerely congratulate you on your well-deserved election as President of the 78th session of this August Assembly. I assure you of the full support and cooperation of the Vanuatu delegation during your tenure. I commend your predecessor, His Excellency Saba Korosi, for the many remarkable achievements of the General Assembly under his leadership during challenging times. May I also congratulate the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his determined and skillful leadership of the United Nations to promote peace, security, and development. I would like to extend Vanuatu's sincere condolence to the government and people of Morocco and Libya who were affected by the devastating earthquake and floods. Vanuatu stands in solidarity with both countries during these difficult times. Mr. President, we are meeting at a time of unprecedented global crisis and uncertainty. we are failing to address the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. We are hurtling from one emergency to the next, unable to address global shocks from the new technologies, pandemics, rapidly changing economies, and accelerating poverty and inequalities. We are putting the existence of future generations at risk. The world is standing at a historical crossroad. Geopolitical tensions are exacerbating the global challenges of our time. The world is apparently facing with multipolarization and conflicting interests from major powers. Lack of trust amongst the major powers is weakening the foundation of multilateralism. These challenges are global in nature and therefore require deepened international cooperation to resolve them. Our respect and adherence to the international rule of law is a necessity. The UN Charter is no exception. We need a renewed commitment on multilateralism with the United Nations at its core. We welcome the UN Secretary General's call for effective multilateralism. Vanuatu welcomes the theme for the 78th session, Rebuilding Trust and Reigniting Global Solidarity, accelerating action on the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all, relevant to address the current global challenges and to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. Mr. President, despite the changing international environment, the United Nations has proven that it can be strong when the will of its members are harnessed for positive collective action. The most recent successful BBNJ agreement, the breakthrough in loss and damage funding at COP27, the successful Pacific Islands Forum ICJ Advisory Opinion Resolution initiated by Vanuatu, and the Global Agreement on Biodiversity, a notable testament of effective multilateralism. The guiding principles of these extraordinary institutions are the promotion of international peace and security, development and human rights, and the eradication of poverty. Latest in a chain of events challenging these principles is the Ukraine conflict. The danger of escalation of the war in Ukraine further justifies Vanuatu's resolute calls for a nuclear-free world and a universal arms trade treaty, which are necessary measures to prevent global human disasters. In this regard, we must find a quick means to reach consensus in nuclear non-proliferation. We can find comfort in initiatives such as the UNGA's A New Agenda for Peace, a tool that offers us a unifying vision anchored in trust, universality, and solidarity. It can help us address all forms and domains of threat, from the prevention, peacemaking, and peacekeeping to peace-building and sustainable development. I remain firmly convinced that the challenges that have come so sharply into focus in recent years and months emphasize the call by Vanuatu and many other member states for the reform of the UN Security Council and other UN agencies. This reform is overdue and is critical to reflect today's global realities. Mr. President, we are halfway through the implementation of the 2030 Agenda with worrying lack of progress. Decades of development gains have been undermined and in some cases reversed by COVID-19, climate change, and rising inflation, threatening the success of the 2030 Agenda. Vanuatu environmental development, national well-being indicators, as well as building a peaceful society based on democratic institutions and human rights. Putting the SDG agenda into action is not merely a government priority. It is an inclusive national undertaking across all state institutions, including the civil society. In the lead-up to the 2030 deadline, the Vanuatu government this year convened a 6-day national summit of the people from 25 to 30 July 2023, where all stakeholders, including academia, corporate, youth leaders, and civil society representatives across Vanuatu, revisited and committed their efforts to implementing the People's Plan 2030, Vanuatu's development roadmap. Mr. President, as we renew efforts to double down on our commitments to the 2030 Agenda, we must acknowledge that the climate change is the defining existential challenge of our time and has proven to set back decades of development progress. While our countries are the smallest contributors to global climate change, we find ourselves on the front line of the crisis. On March this year, Tropical Cyclone Chudi hit the archipelago of Vanuatu, followed by Tropical Cyclone Kevin just 2 days later. The twin cyclones affected about 60% of the total population. Assessment estimated the total effects amount to around 43% of GDP, and the total recovery needs were estimated to be around 70% of GDP. Leading into COP28, we once again emphasized the absolute imperative of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. Global efforts in this regard remain woefully inadequate, as reflected in the recent IPCC 6th assessment report. This report confirms that we are dangerously close to overshooting the 1.5 degree limitation goal. Drastic actions are required in this critical decade to course correct. We need to not only fulfill the commitments that we have already made, but also increase ambition to close the mitigation gap in line with the available science. Not addressing it is a death sentence to small states like Vanuatu. Given the existential threat imposed by climate change, Vanuatu, together with a core group of 18 countries, took the resolution seeking an advisory opinion on climate change from the International Court of Justice to the General Assembly, which was adopted by consensus on March 29, 2023. To date, states and intergovernmental organizations such as the IUCN and the EU have received permission from the ICJ to provide submissions to the court. This is a unique opportunity in our history, and I encourage member states at the ICJ. While Vanuatu acknowledges the critical role of the Paris Agreement to affect climate change, Vanuatu believes that this agreement does not go far enough to address the current increase in fossil fuel production. As a consequence, in May this year, Vanuatu hosted the 5th Pacific Regional Energy and Transport Ministers meeting and culminated in the Port Vila Call to Action, which aims at a just and equitable transition towards a fossil fuel-free Pacific. Together with Tuvalu, we are leading a call for the establishment of a global alliance to negotiate a non-proliferation treaty to facilitate ending fossil fuel expansion, equitable phase-out of fossil fuels, and global just transition to renewable energy. Mr. President, reliable data has indicated that the Pacific Seeds has only received 0.22% of the global climate funds. This is quite remarkable given that we face the gravest threat from the impacts of climate change. The provision of sufficient predictable financing for implementing climate change adaptation and mitigation remains a significant gap. With the support from the development partners, we are doing our part to start construction of climate-resilient infrastructure and projects promoting sustainable resource management to assist mitigation and adaptation work. However, more support and investments are required. I wish to reiterate that climate finance must be separate and scale up and be in addition to development finance. Both are critical to meet the development challenges we face. The promised 100 billion climate finance must also be fully delivered, providing climate-vulnerable countries like Vanuatu much-needed funds for adaptation and mitigation. As we approach the midpoint of the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals and the global stocktake of the Paris Agreement, progress recorded so far is very worrying. We therefore cannot overemphasize the urgency of accelerating implementation of the Sendai Framework as an integral part of the 2030 Agenda. We acknowledge and applaud the Secretary General's call to protect everyone on Earth through universal coverage of early warning systems. We are delighted to see that some Pacific Island countries are included in the Secretary General's projects on early warning system. Vanuatu has undertaken the following measures, among others, to strengthen disaster risk management in the context of the climate change discourse. 1, the new Disaster Risk Management Act, a tool that is built around preparing for and responding to disasters at the national, provincial, and local level. And secondly, a national land subdivision policy that takes a more comprehensive approach to risk reduction and climate adaptation for land development across Vanuatu. Vanuatu's experience with cascading natural disasters has promoted the need to incorporate disaster risk reduction in developing planning to ensure that national development framework is risk-informed. We have come to realize that DRR must be mainstreamed into the SDGs to ensure effective implementation and resilience. Mr. President, COVID-19 has exerted considerable fiscal pressures on our country's economy. The tourism industry was hard hit, losing approximately 9.1% of revenues. Significant GDP contractions led to large fiscal deficits, leading us to maintain temporary fiscal measures such as tax cuts and other spending, supporting response to the pandemic. These temporary support measures come at the expense of building fiscal buffers to withstand against fiscal shocks. We need to strengthen regional and international cooperation, global solidarity, coordination and governance at the highest levels through a multi-sectoral approach to development, prepare for and respond to pandemics and other health emergencies in the future, particularly in developing countries. Mr. President, besides the inherent natural disasters that affect Vanuatu each year, the interlinked global crises are also placing immense pressure on the local economy. Bilateral and domestic resource mobilization alone cannot avenge the impact of the global crisis. We face an enormous financing gap to solve the climate emergency while ensuring poverty reduction and sustainable development. So to close the SDG financing gap, all financial sources must contribute towards significant, rapid and exponential scaling up of investments towards the SDGs. The reform of the international financial architecture to respond to the global challenges is therefore very crucial. Access to grant-based finance for transformational adaptation development is an ongoing effort, ongoing challenge, exacerbated by restrictive eligibility criteria for accessing development financing. In this regard, we see the proposed multidimensional vulnerability index as a welcome development. We look forward to its adoption at the General Assembly later in the year. Just like many developing countries, debt sustainability remains a priority issue for us. Debt relief or restructuring will create the necessary fiscal space to grow and focus on other priority needs. We also need to support from donor partners to access technical assistance and build capacity to allow for better debt management and increase debt transparency. In this regard, we welcome the formation of the IMF and World Bank Sovereign Debt Roundtable as a framework for discussing options for debt resolution. Mr. President, while we acknowledge the invaluable contribution of our major development partners towards our development aspirations, reliable data has shown that aid flows to the Pacific small island developing countries have been declining in recent years. The decline in aid flows has had several negative consequences for Pacific small island states. For Vanuatu, this has made it more difficult to invest in essential infrastructure, such as roads, schools, and hospitals. It has also made it more difficult to address pressing challenges, such as climate change, disaster risk reduction, and social protection and economic diversification. South-South cooperation, which is a complementary to North-South cooperation, is critically important for Vanuatu. Just like North-South cooperation, strengthening and expanding South-South cooperation in the future will be crucial for Vanuatu to achieve its 2030 agenda. Mr. President, in 2020, Vanuatu graduated from the LDC status. The government is working actively to implement our smooth transition strategy with support from our development partners to minimize any negative impacts of graduation. The focus of our transition extends from simply mitigating the loss of existing LDC support measures to negotiating new ways of thinking about how we move forward and new ways of working with trade and development partners to achieve national development aspirations. Mr. President, as we look ahead to the future we must picture a world of freedom, one that is free from predominance of colonial rule, persecution, and human rights abuses. Today, 17 non-self-governing territories remain under the purview of the UN Special Committee on Decolonization. Accelerating the decolonization agenda is critical. It is a process that must be guided by the aspiration and needs of the territories on a case-by-case basis. Constructive dialogue is essential. The concerns of the territories are varied, and we must ensure space in this august body to have their voices heard. Mr. President, I wish to reiterate the imposition of cohesive economic measures, including unilateral sanctions against developing countries, constitute a major impediment to economic and social development and seriously hinders dialogue and understanding among countries. Such actions not only undermine the principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations and the international law, but also severely threaten the freedom of trade and investment. In this vein, we continue to call for the uplifting of economic embargo on the Republic of Cuba. Mr. President, today we face unprecedented and interlocking crisis. The multilateral system is under greater strain than any time since the creation of the United Nations. Effective multilateral responses are urgently needed to prevent and resolve conflicts, manage economic uncertainty, and rescue the Sustainable Development Goals. Amidst the recent challenges posed on the UN Charter, it remains our compass. Let us work together for a better world. I thank you.
I thank the chair of the delegation of Vanuatu, and I now invite His Excellency Omar Hilale, chair of the delegation of Morocco.
سيدي الرئيس
Mr. President,
أود في البداية أن
allow me at
أهنئكم
the outset
سعادة
to
السفير
congratulate you,
فرانسيس
Mr. Dennis
على
Francis,
انتخابكم رئيسا
for
للدورة
your election
78
to
للجمعية
preside over
العامة
the
للأمم
78th
المتحدة
session of the General
متمنيا
Assembly of the
لكم
United
التوفيق
Nations.
خلال
I wish you
ولايتكم
success
كما أشير
in
بالمجهودات
your
المتميزة
endeavor. I would also like to
لسلفكم
commend
السيد
the
كسابا
special
كوروتشي
efforts of
طيلة
His
رئاسته
Excellency
للدورة
Mr.
السابقة.
Chaba Korosi, your predecessor, who
وأغتنم
presided
هذه
over
المناسبة
the previous session.
لأجدد
Allow me
التأكيد
to seize this
على دعم
opportunity
المملكة
to
المغربية
reaffirm our
لمبادرات
support
معالي السيد
to the
أنطونيو
initiatives by
غوتيريش
His Excellency Mr.
الأمين العام
Antonio
لمنظمة
Guterres,
الأمم
the
المتحدة
Secretary General of the
الرامية
United
إلى
Nations,
تمكين
to
المنظمة
empower
من
our
مواجهة
organization
التحديات
so that
العالمية
it can
الملحة
address the
التي
urgent global
تضمنها تقرير
included
خطتنا
in
المشتركة
our common
ويتطلع
agenda.
المغرب في هذا الإطار إلى
We look
المشاركة
forward
والمساهمة
to
في
participating and
قمة من أجل
contributing
المستقبل في
in the summit of the future in
2024.
2024.
سيد الرئيس أود أن
Mr.
أعبر
President,
عن شكر وامتنان المملكة
allow me to
المغربية
express the deep
لكافة
thanks and
أصحاب الجلالة
appreciation of the Kingdom
والسمو
of Morocco to their
والفخامة
majesties,
ملوك وأمراء
highnesses and
ورؤساء الدول
excellences, kings,
والحكومات
princes, heads of
والوزراء
state and government
الذين
and
عبروا عن
ministers
مشاعر
that
تضامنهم
expressed their solidarity
ودعمهم
and support
بعد
to
الزلزال
Morocco
الذي ضرب المغرب.
following the earthquake.
كما أشكرهم
I
على
would like to
استعدادهم
thank them for
للوقوف
their
مع
readiness to
بلادي
stand with my
لمواجهة
country
مخلفات
to
هذه
fight
الكارثة
the
الطبيعية.
repercussions of this natural disaster.
لقد واجهت المملكة
The
المغربية
Kingdom of
تبعات هذا
Morocco has
الزلزال
faced the repercussions
الذي
of
خلف
this
حوالي
earthquake,
3000
which
ضحية
led to the death of
و5700
3,000 people
جريح
and injured
بالإضافة
5,700
إلى أضرار
others.
مادية
It also
جسيمة
led to grave
بحزم
material losses.
وجدية
We face
وتضامن
those
وإرادة
repercussions with
تجسيدا
determination,
للشيم
seriousness,
المغاربة.
and solidarity, and
فمنذ
these are the
اللحظات الأولى
values of Morocco.
التي
Since
عقبت
the
الزلزال
beginning of the
أعطى جلالة
earthquake,
الملك محمد
His
السادس نصره
Majesty
الله
King
تعليماته
Mohammed
السامية
VI, God
لتعبئة
bless him,
كل أجهزة
gave his
الدولة
noble
من
instructions
قوات
to
مسلحة
mobilize all
ملكية
state institutions,
وقطاعات
including the
حكومية
Royal Armed Forces,
وسلطات
the government
محلية
institutions,
وقوات
local
عمومية
authorities,
وفرق
public
الوقاية
forces, and
المدنية
civil prevention
واتخاذ
teams
جميع الإجراءات
to take
الاستعجالية
all
اللازمة
the necessary urgent
لتسريع
actions to
عمليات الإنقاذ
accelerate the rescue
وإجلاء
and relief
الجرحى
of the
وتقديم
injured and to
المساعدة
provide
للأسر
assistance
المتضررة
to families
والإحداث
affected.
الفوري
We
والإحداث
immediately
الفوري
established
للجنة
an
بين وزارية
interministerial
مكلفة
committee
بوضع برنامج
to develop
استعجالي
an
لإعادة
urgent program
تأهيل
for
وبناء
the
المناطق
reconstruction
المتضررة.
and rehabilitation of affected areas.
وقد مرت المملكة المغربية
The
تحت
Kingdom of
القيادة الفعلية
Morocco
والإشراف
was under the
مباشر لصاحب
effective
الجلالة الملك
leadership
محمد
and the
السادس
direct
نصره
supervision of
الله
His Majesty
من
King
مرحلة
Mohammed
الإنقاذ
VI, God
والإغاثة
bless him. And we
العاجلة
passed
إلى
from
مرحلة
rescue
إعادة
and relief,
التأهيل
urgent rescue and
والتأمين
relief, to
للمناطق
reconstruction and
المتضررة
rehabilitation
إذ
of
أعطى
affected
جلالته
areas.
توجيهاته السامية لتفعيل برنامج مدروس ومندمج وطموح بهدف تقديم جواب قوي ومنسجم وسريع وإرادي لكل تداعيات هذه الكارثة الطبيعية بميزانية توقعية إجمالية تقدر ب $12 مليار أمريكي على مدى 5 سنوات تغطي الصيغة الأولى منه كل المناطق المتأثرة وتستهدف ساكنة تبلغ 4.2 مليون نسمة. ويضم هذا البرنامج الذي وضع بعد تشخيص محدد وتقييم مفصل للحاجيات مشاريع تهدف إلى إعادة بناء المساكن وتأهيل البنية التحتية المتضررة وتعزيز التنمية الاجتماعية والاقتصادية في المناطق المعنية. وسيتم تمويل هذا البرنامج متعدد الأبعاد انطلاقا من اعتمادات مرصودة من الميزانية العامة للدولة ومساهمات الجماعة الترابية والحساب الخاص للتضامن المخصص لتدبير آثار الزلزال وكذا من خلال الدعم والتعاون الدوليين. كما أكد صاحب الجلالة على ضرورة انسجام عملية إعادة الإعمار مع تراث المنطقة وخصائصها المعمارية المتفردة واحترام كرامة الساكنة وعاداتها وأعرافها. وموازاة مع هذه الإجراءات انخرطت جميع مكونات المجتمع المغربي داخل الوطن وخارجه في المجهود الوطني لمساعدة الساكنة المتضررة، إذ أبانت على اللحمة الوطنية القوية والتضامن المترسخ في هذا الظرف العصيب. سيد الرئيس، إن الزلزال الذي ضرب المغرب والإعصار والفيضانات التي ألمت بدولة ليبيا الشقيقة وكذلك ظاهرة تغير المناخ التي ما فتئت تشكل أكبر تحدي تواجهه البشرية في كل بقاع العالم لا تسائل منظمتنا اليوم أكثر من أي وقت مضى حول أهمية تعزيز الوقاية وتقوية الصمود وتكثيف التعاون وتكريس هذه الأسس ضمن أولويات المجتمع الدولي. نذكر بهذا المعطى ونحن واعون أن هذه الدورة تنعقد في سياق عالمي حساس سمته تحديات عديدة مرتبطة بالتوترات الجيوسياسية وتغير المناخ ومكافحة الفقر والهجرة والإرهاب وخطاب الكراهية وتفشي الأوبئة والكوارث الطبيعية. غير أن وتيرة التقدم العلمي والتقني اليوم قد تشكل مصدر تفاؤل شريطة أن تحفز التحديات الراهنة تعاون والتضامن الدوليين من أجل تعزيز البحث العلمي بما في ذلك الذكاء الاصطناعي وتشجيع تقاسم ثماره في المجالات ذات الأولوية الاستراتيجية كالأمن الصحي والانتقال الطاقي والأمن الغذائي والمائي والتكنولوجيات الحديثة ومواجهة الكوارث الطبيعية. كما أن الظرفية الراهنة تستلزم ملائمة السياسات الوطنية مع تعهداتنا الدولية وذلك من خلال تركيز الجهود على تعزيز صمود المجتمعات وفق مقاربة شاملة ترتكز على مبادئ الإنصاف والعدالة الاجتماعية والمجالية لتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة. كما يستوجب علينا كذلك تعزيز نظام المتعدد الأطراف سمته التعاون والتضامن ومركزه الأساس منظمة الأمم المتحدة. ذلكم المنظور الذي اعتمدته المملكة المغربية وفقا للتوجيهات السامية لصاحب الجلالة محمد السادس نصره الله لإطلاق أوراش هيكلية وعلى رأسها النموذج التنموي الجديد فهم المجالات الحيوية للتنمية المستدامة والانتقال الطاقي والماء والتغطية الاجتماعية ومواجهة الكوارث الطبيعية في إطار رؤية متكاملة تتماشى وأهداف التنمية المستدامة وتجسيدا للعناية الكريمة التي ما فتئ يوليها صاحب جلالة الملك محمد السادس نصره الله للنهوض بقضايا المرأة وللأسرة بشكل عام. وجه جلالته اليوم رسالة سامية إلى السيد رئيس الحكومة تتعلق بإعادة النظر في مدونة الأسرة من خلال مشاورات تشاركية بمساهمة جميع الفاعلين من أجل رفع مقترحات تعديلات لهذه المدونة لجلالته في أجل أقصاه 6 أشهر. سيد الرئيس، تعرب المملكة المغربية عن عميق قلقها من عواقب التمادي في إشاعة خطاب الكراهية، خاصة عبر وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي، بما يساهم في بث الانقسامات داخل المجتمعات وبين الثقافات والدول واستشراء التطرف العنيف، بل ويمثل عاملا أساسيا من عوامل عدم الاستقرار العالمي، وهو ما أبرزه صاحب الجلالة الملك محمد السادس نصره الله في رسالته السامية الموجهة إلى المشاركين في الدورة 9 للمنتدى العالمي لتحالف الحضارات الذي احتضنته مدينة فاس يوم 22-23 نوفمبر 2022 حين قال وأقتبس: لم يسبق لحضارتنا أن كانت معرضة لمثل هذا الكم الهائل من المخاطر، ولم يسبق للعيش المشترك أن واجه مثل ما يواجهه اليوم من تهديدات بشكل يومي، ونادرا ما كان الآخر مطار ارتياب والشك مثل ما هو اليوم، بل نادرا ما كان يستخدم كل سبب مفتعل لإثارة مشاعر الخوف والكراهية وتأجيجها كما هو الشأن اليوم. نهاية الاقتباس. وهنا لا بد من التأكيد مجددا على رفض المملكة المغربية القاطع واستنكاره لأي اعتداء على الرموز الدينية والكتب المقدسة وتنديدها الشديد لتدنيس وإحراق المصحف الشريف الذي يمس مشاعر أكثر من 2 مليار مسلم حول العالم، ويعتبر خرقا لأبسط قواعد حقوق الإنسان، ويتوجب على الدول المعنية اتخاذ كل التدابير اللازمة لمنع هذه الخروقات. وتماشيا مع هذا الموقف، قدمت المملكة المغربية في شهر يوليو من هذه السنة قرارا يتعلق بمواجهة خطاب الكراهية تم اعتماده بالإجماع من قبل الدول الأعضاء للجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة، يدين تدنيس الكتب السماوية ويصنف لأول مرة هذه الأعمال ضمن انتهاكات القانون الدولي. كما دعا القرار السيد الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة إلى تنظيم أول مؤتمر حول خطاب الكراهية في سنة 2025، ووعيا منها بأهمية الدور الذي تلعبه الرياضة في التقارب بين الأمم وإشاعة ثقافة السلام والتسامح. قدمت المملكة المغربية ملف ترشيح مشترك مع كل من إسبانيا والبرتغال لاحتضان نهائيات كأس العالم لكرة القدم سنة 2030. وقد أبرز صاحب الجلالة الملك محمد السادس نصره الله مدلول هذا الترشيح. هنا اقتبس: هذا الترشيح غير مسبوق الذي يجمع بين قارتين وحضارتين إفريقيا وأوروبا، ويوحد ضفتي البحر الأبيض المتوسط، ويحمل طموحات وتطلعات شعوب المنطقة للمزيد من التعاون والتواصل والتفاهم. نهاية الاقتباس. سيد الرئيس، تبقى المملكة المغربية متشبتة بحل سياسي نهائي لنزاع الإقليمي المفتعل حول الصحراء المغربية، مما سيمكن من تعزيز التنمية والاستقرار والسلم في المنطقة والقارة الإفريقية. وإذ يواصل المغرب دعمه لجهود السيد الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة ومبعوثه الشخصي ستافان دي مستورة لإعادة إطلاق مسلسل الموائد المستديرة بنفس الصيغة وبنفس المشاركين، خاصة الجزائر الطرف الأساسي في هذا النزاع طبقا للقرار 2654 لمجلس الأمن، فإنه يجدد التأكيد على أن الحل النهائي لن يكون إلا سياسيا وواقعيا وعمليا ومبنيا على التوافق، كما تظل مبادرة الحكم الذاتي في إطار الوحدة الترابية للمملكة المغربية وسيادتها الوطنية هي الحل الوحيد والأوحد ولا بديل له لهذا النزاع الإقليمي المفتعل. وعلى هذا الأساس تدعم اليوم أكثر من 100 دولة من كل جهات العالم المبادرة المغربية للحكم الذاتي، كما افتتحت قرابة 30 دولة ومنظمة إقليمية قنصليات عامة لها في مدينتي العيون والدخلة، مؤكدة بذلك دعمها التام لمغربية الصحراء. وفي إطار النموذج الجديد لتنمية الأقاليم الجنوبية الذي رصدت له المملكة المغربية ميزانية فاقت إلى حدود اليوم 10 مليارات دولار، وتم إنجازه بنسبة 81% حتى الآن. تم إطلاق عدة مشاريع للتنمية السوسيو اقتصادية جعلتها قطبا جهويا للمبادلات التجارية بين إفريقيا وبقية دول العالم. وقد عاين المبعوث الشخصي للأمين العام للأمم المتحدة السيد ستيفان دي مستورا شخصيا هذه الإنجازات خلال زيارته لمدينتي العيون والداخل في الصحراء المغربية في بداية هذا الشهر. ويندرج هذا المجهود الكبير في إطار تنزيل توجيهات سامية لصاحب جلالة الملك محمد السادس نصره الله، والتي تضمنها خطاب جلالته بمناسبة ذكرى 47 للمسيرة الخضراء في 6 نوفمبر 2022، حين قال واقتبس: توجهنا في الدفاع عن مغربية الصحراء يرتكز على منظور متكامل يجمع بين العمل السياسي والدبلوماسي والنهوض بالتنمية الاقتصادية والاجتماعية والبشرية للمنطقة. نهاية الاقتباس. كما تجدد المملكة المغربية التعبير عن قلقها البالغ بخصوص الوضع الإنساني الكارثي الذي تعرفه مخيمات تندوف بالجزائر، حيث فوضت الجزائر الدولة المضيفة سلطتها بشكل غير قانوني لحماية لجماعة مسلحة انفصالية ذات ارتباطات مؤكدة وموثقة مع شبكات إرهابية وإجرامية دولية. إن هذا الوضع الشاذ يستدعي لفت انتباه المجتمع الدولي بخصوص رفض الجزائر السماح بتسجيل وإحصاء السكان المحتجزين بمخيمات تندوف بانتهاك واضح وصارخ لقانون دولي ولنداءات متكررة لمجلس الأمن منذ 2011. إن عدم تسجيل الساكنة المحتجزة في مخيمات تندوف بالجزائر فتح الباب على مصراعيه لاختلاس المساعدات الإنسانية الموجهة إليها، كما شهدت على ذلك تقارير المنظمات الدولية والإقليمية والغير حكومية، وآخرها برنامج الأغذية العالمي في تقريره الصادر في يناير 2023. سيد رئيس، تعرب المملكة المغربية عن تضامنها الكامل مع دولة ليبيا الشقيقة على إثر العاصفة والفيضانات غير المسبوقة التي شهدتها بعض مناطق ليبيا وأسفرت عن خسائر عديدة في الأرواح والممتلكات. كما تعبر المملكة عن خالص تعازيها وصادق مواساتها لدولة ليبيا ولشعبها الشقيق ولأسر الضحايا بهذا المصاب الأليم وتمنياتها بالشفاء العاجل للمصابين. ووفقا للتوجيهات السامية لجلالة الملك محمد السادس نصره الله، فإن المغرب يقف دائما بجانب المؤسسات الشرعية الليبية ويدعم الجهود الدولية الرامية إلى حل الأزمة في هذا البلد المغاربي طبقا لاتفاقات مبرمة بين مختلف الأطراف الليبية، وفي مقدمتها جهود الأمم المتحدة الرامية إلى التوصل لحل سياسي دائم للأزمة الليبية وفقا لاتفاق الصخيرات سنة 2015. وفي هذا الإطار احتضن المغرب سلسلة من الاجتماعات تمخض عنها الاتفاق بين رئيسي مجلس النواب ورئيس المجلس الأعلى للدولة الليبيين في أكتوبر 2022 على تنفيذ مخرجات اجتماع بوزنقة المتعلق بالمناصب السيادية وتوحيد السلطة التنفيذية. كما عقد بمدينة بوزنقة من 23 ماي إلى 6 يونيو 2023 اجتماع اللجنة المشتركة المكونة من مجلس النواب الليبي والمجلس الأعلى للدولة الليبية 6+6 المكلفة بتحضير القوانين الانتخابية والتي تمخضت عنه اتفاقيات رئيسية في أفق تنظيم انتخابات بليبيا. سيد الرئيس، تعتبر المملكة المغربية القضية الفلسطينية أولوية وطنية وإحدى ثوابت سياستها الخارجية، وتدعو إلى تجنب التصعيد والعنف لمنع خروج الأوضاع عن السيطرة وتجنيب منطقة الشرق الأوسط مزيدا من الاحتقان والتوتر الذي يعرقل إحياء عملية السلام. وفي هذا الصدد عبر صاحب الجلالة الملك محمد السادس نصره الله بصفته رئيسا للجنة القدس تابعة لمنظمة التعاون الإسلامي عن الأهمية التي توليها المملكة المغربية للقضية الفلسطينية بقوله واقتبس: وبنفس الجدية والحزم نؤكد موقف المغرب الراسخ بخصوص عدالة القضية الفلسطينية والحقوق المشروعة للشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق في إقامة دولته المستقلة وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية بما يضمن الأمن والاستقرار لجميع شعوب المنطقة. نهاية الاقتباس. كما تجدد المملكة المغربية رفضها لكل الإجراءات الأحادية التي تقوض الوضع القانوني والتاريخي لمدينة القدس الشريف، وتؤكد دعمها للسلطة الوطنية الفلسطينية بقيادة فخامة الرئيس محمود عباس ولكل قراراتها الرامية إلى الحفاظ على الحقوق المشروعة للشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق في تحقيق تطلعاته وإقامة دولته المستقلة عاصمتها القدس الشرقية على حدود 4 يونيو 1967 وفقا لحل الدولتين المتوافق عليه دوليا وفي احترام لمبادئ الشرعية الدولية والقرارات ذات الصلة. سيد الرئيس، وختاما أود أن أؤكد أن من مسؤوليتنا جميعا كدول أعضاء توفير شروط لإنجاح مهام منظمة الأمم المتحدة من خلال إمدادها بالموارد اللازمة وتعبئة الإرادة السياسية لإصلاحها وعقلنة آليات عملها لبناء نظام عالمي متعدد الأطراف أكثر عدلا وإنسانية وتضامنا. وقد سبق أن أكد على ذلك صاحب جلالة الملك محمد السادس نصره الله في خطابه السامي أمام الدورة 59 للجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة، حيث دعا جلالته إلى واقتبس توطيد الثقة في منظمة الأمم المتحدة باعتبارها الضمير الحي للإنسانية والقطب الروحي لنظام عالمي جديد عماده السلم والأمن الشامل والتنمية المشتركة في ظل المساواة والتسامح والديمقراطية والإخاء. نهاية الاقتباس. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
I thank the chair of the delegation of Morocco. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate. I will now deliver a statement as President of the General Assembly. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 1 week ago, I stood before you, your heads of state and government, your ministers and representatives, and I spoke of the need to unite the nations. I made a call to action for all states to find within themselves the will to act together in solidarity. I am encouraged by the progress I have seen over this past week. 136 heads of state and government, as well as 40 ministers, spoke at this rostrum, a record in recent times. Hundreds of voices of civil society and public and private stakeholders were heard at headquarters. There were only 20 women leaders who spoke during the general debate, down from 23 last year. During High Level Week, I had the privilege of reconvening the platform of women leaders, following in the footsteps of my predecessors. I spoke to many leaders of the need to recognize that women's voices, aspirations, and rights matter at every level, from the grassroots to the global stage. And it begins with investing in education, particularly for girls. Let us be resolute in our commitment to inclusivity and to ensure that no woman, no man, indeed no one, is ever left behind. Excellencies, the General Assembly held 7 high-level meetings, and we delivered no less than 4 major political declarations covering universal health care, work to end tuberculosis, pandemic prevention and preparedness and response, and the need to urgently and ambitiously scale up sustainable development progress. The last mentioned declaration, a result of the SDG Summit, is a particularly remarkable win. It is recognition of the promise we made in 2015 to drive sustainable development, as well as a commitment to push harder and close the gaps. This speaks to the continued relevance of the General Assembly and the commitment by the United Nations to deliver peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability to the peoples of our world. These developments are a welcome reminder that the United Nations remains focused on the collective challenges of our time. But declarations in and of themselves are not enough. We need to maintain this momentum and to build on it with concrete, tangible actions. On this point, I commend the Member States for their active involvement in the high-level dialogue on financing for development, as well as discussions around the urgent need for reform of the international financial architecture. We cannot rest until there is accessibility, equity, and justice in development finance. This is the key to accelerating progress on the SDGs. Excellencies, of the topics raised during the high-level week, few were as frequent, consistent, or as charged as that of the Ukraine war. The international community is clear that political independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity must be respected and violence must end. These are calls grounded in the UN Charter. That this war is being perpetrated by a permanent member of the Security Council is unconscionable. That it has rekindled decades-old fear of the use of nuclear weapons is unthinkable. And as discussed today, we must redouble efforts to entirely and absolutely end nuclear proliferation and promote the full and total denuclearization. Calls to also give undivided attention to other raging conflicts across the globe from Africa to the Middle East, as well as the deteriorating situation in Haiti, were also echoed loud and clear. As President of the General Assembly, representing the best interests of all member states of the United Nations, I recommit to do my part to shine a spotlight on the urgent need to resolve these situations of deep concern. In that regard, as President of the General Assembly, I will make myself available if any nation or leader desires my assistance in facilitating a peace and friendship dialogue between any nations or groups in conflict. Be assured that I am at your service. Excellencies, one call resonated across the General Assembly Hall this week. Our planet is under siege, with the intensifying effects of climate change becoming increasingly evident. We see this in the extreme weather events, rising sea levels, pollution and biodiversity loss that are becoming more prevalent and more destructive by the day. Embracing climate actions means safeguarding the Earth's natural resources, preserving biodiversity, and ensuring equitable access to clean air and water for all. It means looking closely at our own carbon footprints. It means assisting vulnerable communities in building resilience. It means moving beyond GDP to a metric that captures a country's true vulnerability to shocks. Tackling these questions is a moral imperative, a scientific imperative, and a social imperative. I urge the member states to approach the COP28 climate conference in a spirit of unity and solidarity and deliver a transformative, bold plan of action. And I welcome the recent summit of the Pacific Island leaders with President Biden, which builds on recent high-level events I co-hosted on climate mobility and sea level rise. The United Nations must, as a matter of principle and of responsibility, safeguard the inalienability of the affected country's sovereignty and statehood amidst the climate crisis. This challenge cannot rest solely on the shoulders of frontline communities. Excellencies, whether on climate or on conflict, poverty or justice, or peace, or strong institutions, these are not just global calls. They are existential calls, calls measured in lives lost, homes destroyed, rights violated, inequalities persisted, and accesses denied. All these challenges demand that we reach further, that we engage fully in preparations for the Summit of the Future, and define the future of international cooperation amid multidimensional risks. That we focus our energies towards creating a world that grows sustainably for the people and planet, and that gives every child an equal chance at success. We hear so often that the clock is ticking. We have it within us today to heal our divisions, find integrated solutions that reflect our universal values and commitments, and usher in a brighter tomorrow. I am confident that we can, together, as one United Nations, as we come to the end of this high-level week and the general debate, let us reach out further. I thank you. The exercise of the right of reply has been requested. May I remind members that statements in the exercise of the right of reply, are limited to 10 minutes for the first intervention and to 5 minutes for the second intervention, and should be made by delegations from their seats. I therefore call on the representative of Guyana.
Mr. President, in his address in the general debate of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly on Friday, 23 September 2023, the Minister of People's Power for Foreign Affairs of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela allowed himself falsehoods that were excessive, even by their accustomed standards of untruthfulness in relation to my country. The intelligence of the international community should not be insulted by Venezuela's allegation that Guyana is allowing its territory to be used as a platform for military aggression against any state, including the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. This all derives from Venezuela's grotesque claim to 2/3 of Guyana. Throughout, the government of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana has acted and continues to act in relation to neighboring Venezuela in full accordance with international law, and has consistently invited the government of Venezuela to do the same. In particular, Guyana urges Venezuela to confirm its adherence to the judicial processes of the International Court of Justice in the matter of Venezuela's basic contention regarding the border between our two countries. Venezuela's diatribes, not confined to Guyana alone, are refuted in full measure. The government of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana wishes to remind Venezuela of the following. The 1966 Geneva Agreement is, in fact, the binding legal instrument that provides for the settlement of the controversy over the validity of the 1899 arbitral award and the land boundary between Guyana and Venezuela. The obligatory settlement procedure is set forth in Article 4 of the 1966 Geneva Agreement. Under that article, when bilateral negotiations failed to achieve a settlement, Guyana and Venezuela agreed to refer the controversy to the United Nations Secretary-General to choose the means of final settlement. The Secretary-General chose, in the first instance, the use of his good offices to bring about a settlement satisfactory to both parties. The good offices process took place with the participation of Guyana and Venezuela over a period of more than 20 years, without success or any progress towards success. In January 2018, acting in accordance with Article 4 of the Geneva Agreement, the Secretary-General determined that the good offices process had failed, and he chose a new means of dispute settlement, litigation before the International Court of Justice. Under Article 4, his decision was binding on Guyana and Venezuela. Guyana then filed an application with the court, seeking its final and binding judgment on the validity of the 1899 arbitral award and the boundary between the two states, in accordance with Article 4 of the 1966 Geneva Agreement, and the Secretary General's decision of January 2018. Venezuela twice appeared before the court to object to its exercise of jurisdiction in the matter, and the court rejected Venezuela's objections both times. The court ruled that the basis of its jurisdiction was precisely Article 4 of the Geneva Agreement and the Secretary General's decision that the dispute should be resolved by the court. Accordingly, if Venezuela truly believes that the best or the only way to resolve the controversy is by adherence to the 1966 Geneva Agreement, then it should adhere to that agreement and plead its case to the ICJ and accept the decision of the court when it is issued as a final and binding settlement of the controversy. Guyana will not agree to any procedure that contradicts the express provisions of the Geneva Agreement and bypasses the court, which is the only means of settlement that is now authorized by Article 4 of that agreement. I thank you.
I now call on the representative of Belize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Belize exercises its right of reply to the statement made by the Foreign Minister of the Republic of Guatemala at the conclusion of the 13th plenary meeting of the United Nations General Assembly on 23 September 2023. The assertion made in the Guatemalan statement regarding deaths of Guatemalan at the hands of Belize's armed forces is completely baseless and false. The truth is, as confirmed by OAS verification reports, that Guatemalans on a daily basis encroach on Belizean territory, deforesting our protected areas, cultivating illegal drugs, poaching endangered species, and looting Mayan artifacts. These activities are contrary to international law and good neighborliness. The government of Belize restates its long-standing position that the boundaries between the two countries were settled by the 1859 Boundary Convention between the United Kingdom and the Republic of Guatemala, which provides that the mid-channel of the Sarstún River marks the boundary between the two countries. Furthermore, Article 6 of that convention provides that the channels of the Sarstún River should be equally free for navigation for citizens of both countries. Therefore, Belizeans are fully entitled to utilize the Sarstún River without harassment or intimidation. Belize repeats its call for Guatemala and Belize, under the aegis of the Organization of American States, to urgently engage in constructive discussions to agree a protocol to promote confidence and good neighborly relations in the Sarstún River area. The government of Belize renews its commitment to maintaining good relations with Guatemala, to resolving issues along the border in accordance with the agreed confidence-building measures, and to the peaceful, final, and just settlement of Guatemala's claim to Belizean territory at the International Court of Justice. I thank you.
I now call on the representative of Japan.
I thank the President of the General Assembly for giving me the floor. In the previous statement by the DPRK, there was some reference to the discharge of Alps treated water into the sea. The government of Japan has decided to initiate the discharge of Alps treated water on August 22nd, and the discharge was initiated on August 24th. It has been confirmed that the concentration of nuclide, including tritium, in seawater and marine products are far below the standards, which indicates that the discharge is safe as planned. Japan will continue to take all possible measures to ensure the safety of the discharge into the sea and will never allow any discharge that would adversely affect human health or the environment. Specifically, Japan is implementing 3 types of monitoring in a multi-layered manner with the involvement of the IAEA. IAEA has issued a comprehensive report in July, and in the report, the IAEA has concluded that the radiological impact on humans and the environment is negligible. Furthermore, the IAEA has confirmed and publicly stated that the level of tritium in the discharged water are far below standards. The government of Japan will continue to make every effort to ensure a safe discharge with the continued involvement of the IAEA, including its reviews. I thank you.
I now call on the representative of Azerbaijan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The fundamentally flawed allegations contained in the statement by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Armenia at this general debate reveal the extent to which hatred and falsehood dominate in his country's discourse. Armenia's attempts to artificially tie its fabricated narratives to legalistic formulations and its reliance on some biased pseudo-experts are unable to deny the facts. The common feature of all actions that Azerbaijan was compelled to take in response to Armenia's repeated unlawful use of force was their compliance with the UN Charter and international law, which provides states with the rights and responsibility to protect the lives and ensure the safety and security of all persons under their jurisdiction and defend the sovereignty and territorial integrity from imminent and immediate threats and aggressions. Armenia's allegations about the unwillingness of Azerbaijan to genuinely and constructively engage in the peace process and to recognize the territorial integrity of Armenia are worthless, as they totally ignore the simple fact that despite the ruinous consequences of the aggression, occupation and mass atrocities endured by the people of my country right after the end of the conflict in the fall of 2020, it was Azerbaijan that extended the hand of peace and initiated the process of normalizing relations with Armenia based on mutual recognition and respect for each other's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and inviolability of borders. This initiative was widely supported by the international community, and concrete steps were taken to launch and move the process forward with the facilitation of international partners. However, Armenia did everything possible in words and deeds to imitate and obstruct the talks, backtrack from its commitments, sustain and further incite violent ethnic separatism in the territory of Azerbaijan, and advance its revanchist agenda. Armenia disregarded its commitments under the November 2020 trilateral statement by refusing to comply with ceasefire, terminate hostilities, and withdraw its armed forces from the areas of Azerbaijan where the peacekeepers are temporarily deployed. Moreover, Armenia continues to occupy 8 villages of Azerbaijan situated along or close to the border between the two states. Armenia's continued use of invalid or fabricated names to refer to the localities within Azerbaijan, circulation by its diplomatic missions of various papers on behalf of its former occupation regime in the Karabakh region of Azerbaijan, and most recently, highly provocative congratulatory message on this region's fake Independence Day and the staging of so-called presidential elections there are self-evident as to who has territorial claims and who disrupts the peace process. Armenia's insinuations about the blockade, humanitarian crisis, and ethnic cleansing, and calls on the deployment of international missions, mechanisms, and even the UN-mandated peacekeeping force to the sovereign territory of Azerbaijan are clear indicators of its intent to further fuel tensions and destabilize the situation. The sole purpose of Armenia's smear anti-Azerbaijan campaign under the cover of humanitarian slogans was to derail the normalization process, cover up its illegal actions, flame anti-Azerbaijan hatred, maintain the separatist potential in the Armenian populated areas of the Karabakh region of Azerbaijan, and prevent the contacts and dialogue of its residents with Baku and their peaceful reintegration. Azerbaijan has no hidden agenda regarding the opening of the Zangezur corridor. Armenia's commitments in this regard are laid down in paragraph 9 of the trilateral statement, according to which, I quote, "The Republic of Armenia shall guarantee the security of transport connections between the western regions of the Republic of Azerbaijan and the Nakhchivan Autonomous Republic in order to arrange unobstructed movement of persons, vehicles, and cargo in both directions." End quote. Although almost 3 years have passed since the signing of the trilateral statement, Armenia is yet to implement its obligations. Armenia's statement at the general debate also blatantly misinterprets the decisions of the International Court of Justice. Thus, in its order of 22 February 2023, the Court declined to issue a measure in the form requested by Armenia and rejected most of its other requests. Therefore, it is no coincidence that in the quotation from this order contained in the statement of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Armenia, some important words simply disappeared, which indicates a malicious distortion and falsification of its content. As is known, Armenia subsequently requested that the court order Azerbaijan effectively to remove the border checkpoint it established at the entrance to the Lachin-Hankendi road. The court's decision of 6 July 2023 to reject Armenia's request was a unanimous decision by all of the judges of the court, vindicating Azerbaijan's sovereign right to secure and protect its borders. Armenia's comments about the meetings of the Security Council on the 16th of August and 21st September this year are equally deceptive. What Armenia groundlessly calls military attacks against the peaceful population last week on 19 and 20 September were local counterterrorism measures taken by Azerbaijan on its sovereign soil in response to systematic armed provocations and mine terrorism committed by the Armenian armed forces illegally deployed and present on the territory of Azerbaijan. Contrary to Armenia's allegations of atrocious large-scale offensive, these counterterrorism measures, which lasted less than 24 hours, targeted exclusively legitimate military objects and strictly adhered to the principle of distinction and feasible precautions to avoid civilian casualties. Speaking about the number of killed and wounded, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Armenia omitted to clarify that these figures belong to the personnel of the Armenian armed forces. One must have a great power of imagination to present an armed force consisting of 10,000 troops and equipped with tanks, armored vehicles, artillery, rockets, anti-aircraft systems, mortars, electromagnetic warfare equipment, and other types of offensive weapons as the peaceful population. Even the Prime Minister of Armenia had no choice but to admit publicly that rumors about mass casualties among the civilian population are not true and that there is no direct threat to the civilian population in the Karabakh region of Azerbaijan. Since the completion of counterterrorism measures, disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration efforts have continued, and the special representative of the government of Azerbaijan met with the representatives of Armenian residents on the 21st and 25th of September. Moreover, the President of Azerbaijan has established a working group led by the Deputy Prime Minister to address social, humanitarian, economic, and infrastructure issues in the Karabakh region of Azerbaijan. Concrete steps have been taken to provide food, medicines, medical care, fuel, electricity, heating, and other essential resources to the residents in cooperation with the Russian peacekeepers and ICRC. Subsequent efforts have been identified, including with a view to implementing confidence-building measures. Both the Lachin and Agdam roads are fully operational for the movement of people and for humanitarian purposes. Azerbaijan is fully committed to the objectives of a peaceful, secure, stable, and prosperous region, will continue its efforts towards that end, and looks forward to tangible progress in the normalization process. I thank you.
I now call on the representative of the Republic of Korea.
Mr. President, I take the floor to exercise my delegation's right of reply to the statement delivered earlier in the general debate by the representative of DPRK. Excuse me. Before exercising the right of reply and listening to the representative of DPRK's statements today, I have to say that I do deeply regret that we here in this chamber have to hear the DPRK's repeated, groundless, illogical, and absurd allegations targeted at Republic of Korea again, and again. I can't resist having to ask every member states in this room, do you agree Republic of Korea, fully democratized and economically prosperous, the country of the rule of law, the country significantly contributing to the SDGs goal, is the one who undermines the spirit and principle of the UN Charter? Do you really believe, as DPRK claims, the Republic of Korea, together with the United States, conspires to provoke the nuclear war on the Korean Peninsula without reasons that will cause catastrophic casualties to be inflicted on Korean people and beyond? How many member states in this chamber are seriously aligned with the DPRK's false assertions? My answer is clear. Untrue. Absolutely incorrect. As a responsible government, it is our duty to protect the lives and safety of our people from the DPRK's military threats by maintaining a robust ROK-U.S. combined defense and deterrence postures. ROK-U.S. combined defense and deterrence posture, including our combined exercise and training, is in response to the DPRK's military threat. These exercises and training are long-standing, routine, and defensive in nature. Also, our defense cooperation with the United States is in full accordance with the global non-proliferation regime, including the NPT, unlike DPRK. Let me reiterate that the DPRK is the only country in the world, I repeat, the only country in the world to have conducted nuclear tests in the 21st century and stands ready to conduct another nuclear test at any time. It continues to escalate tensions through an unprecedented level of provocations this year, including multiple ICBM launches and so-called satellite launches, and is openly threatening a preemptive nuclear attack against us. Lastly, I also have to mention that the issue of human rights in North Korea is intrinsically linked to the international peace and security. The North Korean regime funds its illicit weapons development program through human rights abuses, and such as forced labor. As such, the UN Security Council is justified in addressing human rights situations in North Korea. And that is why the majority of member states supported it. We urge North Korea to prioritize the betterment of its human rights situations and the well-being of its people instead of focusing on expanding its military capabilities. I thank you, Mr. President.
I call upon the representative of Algeria.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President.
J'aurais aimé ne pas avoir
I
à
would have
prendre la
liked
parole en
to
cette heure
not
tardive,
have to have taken the floor at this
alors
late
que
stage
vous avez déjà
of the
clôturé
debate.
le débat
You've
général
already closed the general debate
de notre Assemblée générale.
of our General Assembly.
Mais
But
permettez-moi tout d'abord
allow me, first of
de
all,
réitérer
to reiterate
les condoléances
my
de
condolences
l'ensemble du
and
peuple
the
algérien
condolences of the entire people of
et
Algeria
sa solidarité
and our solidarity too
avec le peuple
with
marocain frère
the brotherly people of Morocco
pendant cette douloureuse
at
épreuve
this
qu'il traverse
trying
à
and
la suite
painful
du séisme
period
dévastateur
following the devastating
qui l'a affecté
earthquake
au début de
that
ce mois.
affected it at the beginning of the month.
Permettez-moi aussi de renouveler,
Allow me also to,
une fois encore,
once again,
notre disponibilité
reiterate our readiness
à apporter
to
une aide
provide
humanitaire
humanitarian assistance
et totalement désintéressée
without
aux
condition
populations éprouvées
to
par cette catastrophe
those
naturelle.
affected by this natural disaster.
Monsieur le Président,
President,
je suis contraint de le faire, de prendre cette
forced
parole,
to take the floor
car le distingué
because the
représentant
distinguished
permanent
permanent
du
representative
Maroc
of Morocco
a tenté de déformer
attempted to deform
la position
the
exprimée
position expressed
par le président Tebboune
by President Tebboune
dans son adresse
in
à cette
his
Assemblée
address to this
mardi dernier.
assembly on last Tuesday.
C'est vrai,
It's true,
et nous le revendiquons,
and we claim
que le
the
président
same
Tebboune
that President
a
Tebboune
clamé encore une fois
has once
le
again
soutien sans faille
called for the
de
unwavering
l'Algérie
support
au peuple qui vivent encore
of Algeria for those
sous
still living
domination
under
étrangère.
foreign domination.
Mais quand donc comprendra-t-on
But
que
we'll never
notre
put
soutien
our support
à la quête de libération
for
des
liberation
peuples
of the
encore sous
peoples
domination
still under
coloniale
colonial domination
tire son origine et sa raison d'être
is based
dans notre histoire
on our
et dans
history
notre lutte
and
de
on
libération
our
nationale.
fight for national liberation.
Chacun son camp.
Everyone
Nous,
has their side.
Algériens,
We, in Algeria,
Nous avons choisi
we
le
have
camp de la
chosen
justice,
the camp of
celui de la
the side of
décolonisation,
justice, that of
celui de la
decolonization,
liberté,
that of freedom,
celui de
that
l'autodétermination
of
et des droits de l'homme.
self-determination and human rights.
Cet engagement s'applique naturellement
This commitment,
en faveur de la cause du
of
peuple
course,
sahraoui,
applies to the cause of
qui
the
attend
Sahrawi people,
depuis maintenant
who
près d'un demi-siècle
now for
que
almost
l'ONU
half a century have been
lui rende
waiting for the
justice,
UN to ensure
que l'ONU
justice is served,
applique
for the
finalement
UN to
la
finally
déclaration
apply
1514
the
sur l'ONU.
colonial
Faut-il
peoples.
rappeler, Monsieur le Président,
Do we need to
qu'en
even recall,
1975,
President, that in
ce territoire
1975, this territory
du Sahara
in
occidental
Western
a été
Sahara
d'abord
was
dépecé,
first,
puis partagé.
was then
Oui, je dis bien
shared,
partagé
it was shared
entre le Royaume du Maroc
between the Kingdom of Morocco
et la Mauritanie.
and Mauritania.
3 ans plus tard,
3
enfin,
years later,
il a été complètement
it was
occupé
completely
par le Royaume du Maroc.
occupied by the Kingdom of Morocco.
Les Nations Unies.
The United
Les Nations Unies
Nations
ont bien tenté
indeed
de faire appliquer le
tried
droit
to ensure
international
international law is
en
respected,
créant la MINURSO.
creating
La
MINURSO,
MINURSO, c'est la mission des
that
des
was
Nations
the
Unies
UN mission
pour l'organisation
for the
d'un
organisation
référendum
of a
au Sahara
referendum
occidental.
in Western Sahara.
Cette mission
This mission
demeure toujours sur le territoire du Sahara occidental
remains on the territory of
comme un
Western
témoin
Sahara,
de la
bearing
volonté de la
witness
communauté
to
internationale
the
de
will
mettre
of
un
the international
terme
community to put an end
à l'occupation
to
et d'organiser
the
une
occupation
consultation
and to
libre et
organize a
transparente
free and transparent
de
consultation
du peuple sahraoui
of the
sur
Sahrawi
son
people
devenir.
vis-à-vis their future.
Mais la MINURSO
But MINURSO
est régulièrement et jusqu'à ce jour
is regularly and
empêché
still
d'organiser
has
ce
still been
référendum
prevented from organizing this referendum
d'autodétermination
on
avec la
self-determination,
mise en avant d'une nébuleuse proposition
Vague
d'autonomie qui n'a
autonomy
jusqu'ici
proposals are being put
convaincu
forward,
personne.
which so far have convinced nobody.
Si au Sahara
While
occidental,
in Western Sahara,
l'occupation marocaine
the Moroccan
était
occupation,
réellement,
if it
où on a
really
réellement fait un
was
paradis,
a paradise,
avec
there,
ou non l'octroi de l'autonomie.
with or without
Pourquoi
autonomy,
donc
why
empêche-t-on
why
ce
would
référendum
this referendum be prevented from happening?
et d'écouter la volonté
Why
du peuple
is the
sahraoui?
will of the Sahrawi people not being heard?
Monsieur le Président,
President,
d'abord la nature
firstly,
de la question du Sahara
the nature
occidental.
of the question of Western Sahara.
C'est une question
It
de
is
décolonisation.
a question of
Il n'y a qu'à voir
decolonization.
l'agenda
You just need to look at
du
the
Conseil de
agenda
sécurité,
of the
de
Security
l'Assemblée
Council,
générale
of
des
the
Nations
General
unies,
Assembly,
du comité
of
des
the
24
C24.
pour connaître réellement la
Just need to
nature
look at that to
de
really
cette
understand
question
the nature
du Sahara
of this
occidental
issue of
qui
Western
est
Sahara,
et demeure
which is and
une
remains
question de
a
décolonisation
question of
qui doit être
decolonization,
réglée
which
par
must be
l'autodétermination
resolved
du
through
peuple
the
sahraoui.
self-determination of the Sahrawi
Deuxièmement,
people. Secondly,
on a cité l'Algérie.
we've
À
referred
tort,
to Algeria
parce
incorrectly
que l'Algérie
because Algeria
n'est pas partie à ce conflit.
is not a party to this conflict.
Les deux parties à ce
The
conflit
two parties to
sont le
this
Royaume du
conflict are
Maroc
the Kingdom of Morocco
et le Front Polisario.
and the Polisario
Et c'est
Front.
comme ça qu'ils ont
And
négocié
that's how they negotiated
le cessez-le-feu.
the ceasefire.
C'est comme ça qu'ils ont négocié
That's how they negotiated
l'organisation, le début
the
d'organisation du référendum,
beginning of the organization
comme
of
le
the
prouvent
referendum,
les résolutions
as
du
is
Conseil de
proven
sécurité
by Security
et de
Council
l'Assemblée générale.
resolutions and resolutions from the General Assembly.
Et pour le règlement de ce conflit,
And to resolve this conflict, then,
la communauté
the
internationale,
international community,
et cela est prouvé par les
and
documents
that's
qui
been
circulent
proven by documents
au
been
niveau des Nations Unies,
circulated at the United Nations,
appelle
the UN
à
calls
déterminer le vœu des Sahraouis
the wishes
entre
of the Sahrawi,
deux propositions,
a choice between two proposals,
le référendum
the referendum
ou l'autonomie.
or autonomy.
Et laissons les Sahraouis
And let's
choisir
leave the Sahrawis
dans la
space to
transparence
decide in a
d'un
transparent
référendum organisé
in
par
referendums
les
organized
Nations Unies.
by the United Nations.
Monsieur le Président, il est un secret pour personne
It is a secret to no one
que l'Algérie
that
a soutenu
Algeria
et continuera à
supported
soutenir
and
le droit
continues
à
to support the
l'autodétermination
right to
du peuple du Sahara
self-determination
occidental.
for the people in Western Sahara.
C'est ce que le président
That
Tebboune
is what
a
President
proclamé
Tebboune
avec franchise
stated
et conviction
clearly
devant
and with
cette
conviction
Assemblée
before
mardi
this
dernier.
assembly on Tuesday.
Et il n'est point besoin
There is
de
no
le répéter.
need to
Je vous
repeat
remercie.
it. Thank you very much.
I call on the representative of Morocco.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, President.
Comme mon collègue algérien qui vient
As my
de prendre la
Algerian
parole,
colleague has just taken the
je
floor,
dirais que ce n'est pas de
I would
gaieté
like
de
to
cœur
say
que je prends
it's not
la
with
parole
joy that I'm taking
pour lui répondre.
to respond to him.
D'ailleurs, la tradition a toujours
Indeed,
voulu
the
que le
tradition
Maroc
shows that has always been the
n'utilise
case
jamais
that
son droit de réponse
Morocco never
suite au,
uses its
au
right of reply
discours de l'Algérie
following
sœur,
the statement from
mais
Algeria,
réagit à
but it
leur
responds
jérémiade.
to what they
Monsieur le
have
Président,
subsequently
mon
said
collègue
here.
algérien a
President,
bien
my
voulu nous
Algerian
présenter
colleague
les condoléances et la solidarité
expressed
de son pays.
condolences and solidarity from his country.
J'aurais tant voulu,
I
chers
would
collègues,
really wanted to,
que
colleague,
les moments que
that
traverse
the
le Maroc,
times that
le
Morocco is
deuil
going through,
de
the
ses familles,
mourning of our families,
les décès, les milliers
the
de morts,
deaths, the
les
thousands
milliers
of
de
deaths
blessés, les
and
destructions,
casualties, the
vous aurez
destruction
incité à garder le
would
silence.
have meant that they
à
kept
respecter le
silent,
moment.
to respect the moment,
Et comme vous le dites,
and as
à
you
être
say,
solidaire.
to express solidarity.
On ne peut pas verser des larmes de crocodile
We can't shed
et en même
crocodile
temps
tears
attaquer un
and at the
pays
same time attack a
qui vit
country
toujours
that is still
dans un drame.
going through a tragedy.
Vous manifestez votre
You
solidarité,
show your solidarity,
votre soutien, mais en
your
même temps,
support, but at the same time,
vous injectez votre venin,
you are injecting your poison,
vous insultez les morts,
insulting the dead
vous insultez les Marocains.
and Moroccans.
Ça fait 50 ans que vous nous rabâchez ces choses-là.
You have been repeating this
Ça
for
fait
50
50 ans que vous
years.
dites que vous n'êtes qu'une
50
partie
years, you've been saying that you are
neutre.
a neutral
qui n'est pas partie prenante. Ça fait 50 ans que vous prétendez défendre un principe. Mais qui êtes-vous, Algérie? Qui êtes-vous, Monsieur le Président, Monsieur l'ambassadeur, si vous n'êtes pas partie prenante? Qui vous a incité à prendre la parole si vous n'êtes pas partie prenante? Nous avons entendu cet après-midi plusieurs délégations qui ont usé de leur droit de réponse. Mais c'est des délégations qui ont des différends directs. L'Algérie, pourquoi a-t-elle pris la parole? Parce qu'elle est neutre, parce qu'elle n'est pas partie prenante, parce que juste elle défend un principe, parce qu'elle défend le référendum. Mais vous commettez énormément de distorsions historiques. Vous faites preuve d'ignorance de ce qu'a fait les Nations Unies. Vous parlez de référendum et vous parlez des résolutions du Conseil de sécurité. Vous avez oublié que le Conseil de sécurité, ça fait pratiquement 23 ans qu'il ne parle plus de référendum. Vous parlez du principe de l'autodétermination. Mais vous êtes comme un avocat commis d'office qui prétend défendre le droit et le principe et en même temps il le viole. Si le principe de l'autodétermination est si cher à votre cœur, si cher à votre esprit, si lié à votre histoire, à votre ADN, pourquoi vous ne l'appliquez pas chez vous? Il y a un peuple qui existait avant l'État algérien, qui revendique son droit à l'autodétermination depuis des décennies. Le peuple kabyle. Vous lui refusez ce que vous voulez offrir à des populations qui revendiquent leur marocanité. Vous parlez de peuple sahraoui. Pourquoi vous fermez les camps? Pourquoi vous ne les ouvrez pas? Pourquoi vous interdisez au HCR de procéder à leur enregistrement si vous n'êtes pas partie prenante? Voyez, monsieur le cher collègue, en réagissant, vous faites pratiquement le contraire parce que toute la salle est en train de se demander pourquoi l'Algérie fait ça. S'il n'est pas partie prenante, pourquoi l'Algérie envoie une note au secrétaire général pour dénoncer une résolution? Aucun pays, membre des Nations Unies, n'a envoyé de résolution sur la question du Sahara pour dénoncer la résolution. Et aucun pays n'envoie de résolution, de lettres pour dénoncer une résolution qui ne le concerne pas directement. Pourquoi vous refusez de participer aux tables rondes? Qui est cité dans les résolutions du Conseil de sécurité? C'est vous, l'Algérie. Parce que vous êtes partie prenante, le Conseil de sécurité, vous ne voulez pas l'entendre. Vous choisissez entre les résolutions du Conseil de sécurité ce que vous voulez et vous laissez de côté le reste. Vous parlez de partition. J'ai ici une lettre de votre ancien collègue, M. Bali, 2002, 22 juillet, où il dit « L'Algérie demeure disposée à examiner la proposition concernant une possible partition du territoire du Sahara entre le peuple sahraoui et le Royaume du Maroc. » La réponse du Maroc a été le même jour, cinglante. Non. Jamais de partition avec qui que ce soit. Jamais de division du peuple, des populations du Maroc, de leur région du Sud. Vous distorsionnez l'histoire, vous voulez paraître comme une partie qui n'a pas d'intérêt direct, mais vous êtes concerné, vous êtes responsable. Si le problème du Sahara continue 50 ans après, c'est à cause de vous. Et vous continuez toujours à prétendre que vous n'êtes rien, vous n'êtes pas responsable, vous n'avez rien à faire. C'est les Nations Unies. Mais les Nations Unies vous disent, venez aux tables rondes. Pourquoi vous ne venez pas? Les Nations Unies adoptent des résolutions, vous les rejetez. Vous parlez des résolutions de l'Assemblée générale. Les dernières résolutions depuis des décennies ne parlent pas de référendum. Vous êtes en train d'induire en erreur, de mentir à l'Assemblée générale. Mentir à la communauté internationale. Quand vous avez menti à ces populations que vous avez transportées par la force dans les camps de Tindouf pour leur miroiter
l'indépendance, une indépendance chimérique, pour créer une entité fantoche qui ne dépend que de vos services de renseignement. Voilà l'Algérie. L'Algérie qui présente ses condoléances et qui exprime sa solidarité. Mais en même temps, c'est l'Algérie qui veut saper l'unité du Maroc. C'est l'Algérie qui, depuis 50 ans, ne fait que armer, financer, diriger un mouvement séparatiste, groupe armé, qui a en plus des connexions avec le terrorisme international. J'aurais souhaité, mon frère algérien, un peu plus de décence, un peu plus de respect, ne serait-ce que pour... C'est pas pour les victimes du séisme récent, ne serait-ce que pour les Marocains qui ont versé leur sang pour votre indépendance. Mais vous avez la mémoire courte. Nous le comprenons parce que il n'y a pas de principe chez vous. Il n'y a ni le principe du bon voisinage, ni le principe du respect, ni le principe du règlement pacifique des différends, ni le principe, ou plutôt le courage d'assumer vos actes, d'assumer votre politique, d'assumer votre agenda destructeur, déstabilisateur de la région. Voyez autour de vous, qu'est-ce qui se passe? La déstabilisation totale, l'instabilité. La seule frontière qui est stable, c'est le Maroc. Le seul pays qui est stable, c'est le Maroc. Les villes dont vous parlez, nous avons la prétention de dire que le Sahara est un paradis. Oui, un paradis meilleur que les villes en Algérie, où les gens font la queue pour le blé, pour les bananes, pour le lait, pour la farine. Voilà l'Algérie qui dépense des milliards de dollars pour armer un groupe séparatiste, mais qui affame son peuple. Lisez le rapport de l'envoyé de l'expert spécial sur la liberté de rassemblement qui vient de publier son rapport il y a une semaine après sa visite en Algérie, où il décrit la limitation de liberté de mouvement, les emprisonnements, les accusations fallacieuses contre les militants du Hirak. Voilà l'Algérie, voilà la liberté dont vous parlez. Voilà l'autodétermination que vous voulez. Laissez votre propre peuple s'autodéterminer avant de revendiquer l'autodétermination aux autres. Quant au Maroc, le Maroc il est dans son Sahara. Il le restera jusqu'à la fin des temps. Regardez le Sahara, le progrès et le développement du Sahara. Nous construisons, nous consolidons l'état de droit. Nous permettons à tous les Sahraouis, même ceux qui étaient chez vous, maintenant ils gèrent des régions. Les ex-Polisario gèrent des régions, participent à l'exploitation des ressources, à l'état de droit, à la vie politique, économique, culturelle de la région. J'espère, chers collègues, que la prochaine fois, quand vous allez ouvrir votre bouche pour parler du Maroc, vous réfléchissez avant, à 2 reprises, parce que vous avez tout simplement hypothéqué l'avenir du Maroc. Je termine. Merci, j'ai terminé. J'aurais pu rester 1 heure ou 2 encore, mais je m'arrête là. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
I now call on the representative of Armenia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm taking the floor in response to the statement delivered by Azerbaijan in reply to the statement of the Foreign Minister of Armenia. Mr. President, last week our region has been once again engulfed in a new wave of violence with a catastrophic humanitarian toll as a result of yet another aggression by Azerbaijan, which is now trying to justify its use of force. On September 19, right before the start of the general debate of the UN General Assembly, Azerbaijan launched an all-out attack against the people of Nagorno-Karabakh, resulting in hundreds of casualties, including civilians and children. As a result of the actions of Azerbaijan, tens of thousands of people have been displaced, left with no roof over their heads, with lack of food, water, sanitation. This attack was premeditated, well-planned, and was preceded by a massive build-up of Azerbaijani armed forces along the entirety of Nagorno-Karabakh, as well as on the Armenian-Azerbaijani borders, as well as the heavy disinformation campaign, like the ones we witnessed before Azerbaijan's aggression against Nagorno-Karabakh in 2020 and Azerbaijan's aggression against Armenia in 2022. We heard the main narratives of this disinformation campaign just now and also in the statement of the Foreign Minister of Azerbaijan. Against the backdrop of brutal, senseless, and completely unjustifiable use of force that the indigenous Armenian population of Nagorno-Karabakh had to withstand yet again, Azerbaijan uses the platform of the General Assembly to frame its aggression as so-called counter-terror operation. The images of thousands of displaced civilians, women and children, who are forced to leave their homeland come to prove the level of cynicism of Azerbaijani propaganda. For all the talk about provocation, threats, or any other pretext Azerbaijan has been trying to fabricate to justify its use of force, the fact remains that Azerbaijan has been a serial violator of all norms of international humanitarian law and international human rights law. As to the distorted and manipulative comments by Azerbaijan of the legally binding orders of the International Court of Justice, I must point out that on 6 July 2023, the International Court of Justice unanimously reaffirmed the provisional measure indicated in its order of 22 February 2023, recalling Azerbaijan's international legal obligation to take all measures at its disposal to ensure unimpeded movement of persons, vehicles and cargo along the Lachin corridor in both directions. This provisional measure regarding the Lachin corridor, added to the earlier order indicating provisional measures issued by the International Court of Justice against Azerbaijan in December 2021, which related to the protection of the Armenians held in captivity by Azerbaijan, preservation of Armenian cultural heritage, and prevention of the incitement of racial hatred and discrimination, including at the level of officials and public institutions in Azerbaijan. Mr. President, after a 10-month-long blockade of the Lachin corridor and forced starvation imposed on the people of Nagorno-Karabakh, the latest full-scale aggression by Azerbaijan, carried out with indiscriminate shelling of civilians and encirclement of civilian settlements, clearly demonstrate that the tactics of Azerbaijan are to terrorize the Nagorno-Karabakh population and deprive them from the right to live freely and in dignity in their own homeland. Indeed, the actions of Azerbaijan leave no doubt that there are acute risks of atrocity crimes against the population of Nagorno-Karabakh. These risks have been stressed also in a statement of the Special Advisor of the UN Secretary General on the Prevention of Genocide issued last week. Now, when Azerbaijan has once again resorted to use of force against the people of Nagorno-Karabakh, when the civilians are forcefully displaced from their homes, when we witness not an intent but a clear and irrefutable evidence of policy of ethnic cleansing and mass atrocities, the United Nations and the international community must act to hold the perpetrator to account. I thank you.
I call on the representative of Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. President. My delegation is compelled to take the floor to exercise its right of reply in response to the outrageous remark by South Korea. We categorically reject his absurd and even provocative remark. His remark reminds us of the catchy phrase, "A burglar is sounding a burglar alarm." At the present, due to increasingly undisguised hostile policy of the United States and confrontation mania of the ROK ruling force, the situation on the Korean Peninsula is coming closer to the possible outbreak of a thermonuclear war. In April this year, the United States and ROK codified their choice and actions through the announced Washington Declaration, aimed at enhancing the operability of extended nuclear deterrence against my country. The United States and ROK has been frequently staging joint military exercises of aggressive nature by mobilizing all sorts of nuclear assets, such as nuclear aircraft carriers, submarines, and nuclear strategic bombers, under the pretext of offering extended deterrence. In addition, they put into operation the Nuclear Consultative Group and deployed a nuclear submarine loaded with strategic nuclear weapons for the first time in 40 years. Such military provocations of the U.S. and ROK constitute a most direct threat to the security of not only the DPRK, but also all other Northeast Asian countries. It is utterly deceptive to argue that the massive joint military drills involving all possible war resources are annual and defense-oriented. Which country on earth would believe that the scaled-up joint drills taking place under the war plans of occupation of a capital city, annihilation, and decapitation are defense-oriented? Which country on earth would sit idle in the face of aggressive nuclear strike means and outbursts of the alleged end of regime? Can aggressive war drills and deployment of nuclear strategic assets be compatible with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development? Falsehood cannot be enforced into truth, and a wrong formula will not make a correct answer. On the other hand, the DPRK's launch of a military reconnaissance satellite is a corresponding countermeasure in response to military threats of the U.S. and its vessel forces, which have already overstepped the limit. It is also a justified exercise of the right to self-defense to defend the sovereignty and territorial integrity. Peace and security on the Korean Peninsula is not guaranteed by any resolution devised by the political machinery of the United States and its vessel forces, but by powerful self-defense capabilities of the DPRK. The international community should have a microscopic look at the situation on the Korean Peninsula and must categorically oppose and reject destabilizing actions of the United States and its vessel forces. We are closely watching provocative rhetorics and demonstrative military actions of the United States and ROK military hooligans. The U.S. and the ROK warmongers must bear in mind that the alleged security alliance would turn into insecurity alliance if they continue to commit any provocation infringing our sovereignty and territorial integrity and undermining peace and stability on the Korean Peninsula. The dogs bark, but the caravan moves on. The DPRK reserves its inherent right to self-defense under the Charter of the United Nations and international law. We will resolutely and decisively respond to any threats to the national security, and we will proceed with what we have to do without interruption until the United States and its vessel forces will admit their wrong choice. On a separate note, Mr. President, Japan's discharge of nuclear contaminated water is a crime against humanity to bring about a nuclear disaster. At present, neighboring countries and the international community are watching with stern eyes Japan's nefarious act and ill-minded behavior of the supporting forces. It clearly shows the double face of Japan, which cries wolf over the alleged nuclear threat of neighboring countries and blowing trumpet about a nuclear-free world. If it is the nuclear-treated water, why doesn't Japan use it for industrial and agricultural purposes? Japan must stop once and for all the dangerous discharge of nuclear-contaminated water, which seriously jeopardizes the security and safety of the humanity. I thank you, Mr. President.
I give the floor now to the representative of Guatemala for a second intervention.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President.
En respuesta a los comentarios vertidos el día de hoy por el distinguido representante de Belice, deseo destacar la vocación pacifista del pueblo de Guatemala, cuya política exterior está basada en la buena fe policy is based on good faith and strict respect of international law. Los consistentes informes de la misión de observación de la Organización de los Estados Americanos en la zona de adyacencia muestran el trabajo para la promoción de la cultura de paz por parte de ambos gobiernos, fomentando programas de educación, cultura, salud y preservación de la fauna en dicho lugar, así como el trabajo conjunto de las Fuerzas Armadas de ambos países en la lucha contra el narcotráfico y otros flagelos que afectan a nuestra región, que son responsabilidad de cada nación. Guatemala es reconocida regionalmente. Guatemala ha sido víctima sistemática de grupos sociales radicales independentistas beliceños que año con año tratan de provocar desestabilidad en la zona del río Sastún, violando así la integridad territorial y la soberanía de nuestro país. A lo largo de nuestra historia hemos podido ser testigos de la muerte de connacionales guatemaltecos que han perecido en manos de las Fuerzas Armadas beliceñas, pero jamás ha habido un caso, a pesar de las sistemáticas provocaciones de estos grupos, que documenten que soldados guatemaltecos hayan violado los derechos humanos de hermanos beliceños o hayan alterado la paz. Guatemala reitera su compromiso de seguir colaborando estrechamente con el gobierno beliceño para continuar desarrollando la zona de adyacencia y seguir trabajando en conjunto para preservar la seguridad de ambas naciones. Guatemala honra sus compromisos sometiéndose a la jurisdicción de la Corte Internacional de Justicia para dirimir cualquier diferencia entre nuestras naciones. Guatemala cree e invierte en Belice. Hoy Guatemala es uno de los principales inversores en Belice, demostrando así nuestra convicción de que juntos podemos alcanzar un futuro próspero y en paz para las futuras generaciones. Muchísimas gracias.
I now call upon the representative of Algeria for a second intervention.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President.
Rassurez-vous, je serai beaucoup plus bref que mon collègue du Royaume du Maroc. Il a parlé très longtemps parce qu'il a parlé essentiellement de l'Algérie. Moi, j'aurais aimé qu'il parle de la question du Sahara occidental, un territoire qui est occupé depuis maintenant plus de 50 ans. L'Algérie, Monsieur le Président, c'est dans son devoir et c'est aussi son honneur, a toujours soutenu la lutte de libération des nombreux peuples africains sous domination coloniale. Et nombreux de ces pays sont à l'intérieur de cet hémicycle. Et la résolution 1514 est toujours d'actualité pour le peuple du Sahara occidental, qui constitue la dernière colonie en Afrique. Pour le prouver, il suffit de regarder l'agenda de cette auguste Assemblée générale et de la 4e commission. Mais je voudrais répondre sur 2 points précis. En ce qui concerne la partition du Sahara occidental, je vous invite à jeter un coup d'œil sur l'accord de délimitation des frontières signé entre
between
Royaume du
the
Maroc
Kingdom of Morocco
et la République islamique de Mauritanie.
and the Islamic Republic of Mauritania.
Cet accord,
This agreement,
signé le 11
signed
avril
on the 11th of April
1976 et
1976,
qui est enregistré
is recorded
au niveau du secrétariat
and it is registered
des
at
Nations
the
Unies,
UN
qui a été
Secretariat.
enregistré le
It
9
has been, which was
février
on the 9th of February
1977. Eh bien, cet
1977.
accord,
Well, this agreement,
qui trace les nouvelles frontières du
which
Maroc et
sets
de la
out the
Mauritanie,
new borders of Morocco and Mauritania,
fait simplement le partage
simply
du territoire
shares
du
the
Sahara
territory
occidental
of
entre
Western
ces
Sahara
deux
between
États.
these two states.
Je ne m'appesantirai pas davantage
I won't
sur
go into
cette
further detail on this
affirmation qui peut être vérifiée par tout un chacun au
statement that
niveau
could
de
be
la
verified by
bibliothèque
anyone
des Nations Unies.
at the UN Library.
Monsieur le Président, en ce qui concerne la suite à donner
On next steps
et les allégations et les
and
accusations
the
de
allegations
terrorisme
accusations
concernant
of terrorism
le Polisario qui,
concerning
malheureusement,
Polisario, who unfortunately
n'est pas à l'intérieur de cette salle pour
are not in the
pouvoir
room
se défendre.
to defend themselves.
Comme vous le savez,
As you know,
les mouvements de libération dans l'histoire
liberation movements
ont
throughout history
toujours été
have
accusés
always been
de terrorisme.
accused of terrorism.
Le Front de libération nationale de
The National
l'Algérie
Liberation Front of Algeria
a été traité pendant
was,
très longtemps
for a long time,
de terroriste.
treated as terrorists.
Mais cela ne trompe personne,
But that doesn't
car
dupe
tous les pouvoirs
anyone,
hégémoniques
because all
ont toujours
hegemonies
tenté
have always tried
de diaboliser
to
les résistants
vilify
et les militants de la liberté,
resistance and those who fight for freedom.
et cela ne convainc sûrement pas le
And
secrétaire général des
it
Nations
does not
Unies,
convince the UN
qui
Secretary
vient
General,
encore de recevoir
has just
le
also
secrétaire
received,
général
hosted the
du Front
Secretary General
Polisario,
of the Polisario
M.
Front,
Ibrahim Rali,
Mr. Ibrahim
il y a
Rali,
une dizaine de jours.
about 10 days ago.
Pour terminer, Monsieur le
To
Président,
conclude, President,
je voudrais réaffirmer
representative
of Algeria to wrap up because you have gone past the time. Thank you.
Je voudrais réaffirmer
I want to reaffirm
l'appui de
the
l'Algérie
support
au
of
secrétaire
Algeria
général
to the Secretary General
et à son envoyé personnel
and his personal envoy
dans ses efforts pour trouver à
in the
cette question
efforts
de
being
décolonisation
undertaken to address this question of
une solution
decolonization and find
par
a
la voie
solution
référendaire, c'est-à-dire
through a referendum.
consulter le
This
peuple
means
du Sahara occidental
consulting with the people in Western
sur
Sahara
son devenir.
on their
Je vous
future.
remercie.
Thank you very much.
I call on the representative of Azerbaijan to make a second intervention.
Thank you, Mr. President. We flatly reject the statement just made by the delegate of Armenia, which is nothing but another clear manifestation of his country's policy of slander, deceptions, hatred, and territorial claims. The statement is sustained in apparent fabrications and distortions characteristic to Armenia's hate-driven policy of disinformation and diluted with unfounded accusations and unacceptable rhetoric against Azerbaijan. Such fabrications and distortions definitely can in no way be a source of proof of imaginary acts and their consequences which Armenia successfully tries to attribute to Azerbaijan. Armenia's claims of atrocity crimes or ethnic cleansing are supported by no evidence. Azerbaijan is determined to reintegrate ethnic Armenian residents of its Karabakh region as equal citizens. The constitution, national legislation and international commitments of Azerbaijan provide the solid ground to this end. The government of Azerbaijan is implementing necessary humanitarian support measures. All efforts have been mobilized to address the immediate needs of local residents. Those who are now leaving the region do not face violence or intimidation. This is their free choice. Most of them are the citizens of Armenia and holders of national passports of Armenia. The Russian peacekeeping contingent and local residents themselves confirm the absence of reprisals against civilians. In its statement earlier today, ICRC attested that families decide whether to stay or leave. Azerbaijan respects its international obligations, including those relating to the freedom of movement and residence. There is nothing surprising in groundless and unethical allegations that we have heard from the delegate of Armenia, at the core of which is an evident attempt to conceal own government's misdeeds, hate crimes, and undisguised racist policy. The consequences of Armenia's aggression against Azerbaijan speak for themselves. Thousands of Azerbaijani civilians were executed in acts of mass murder, while many captives were subjected to severe torture. More than 200,000 Azerbaijanis were expelled from and are still prevented from returning to their historical homeland in Armenia. Additionally, all occupied territories were ethnically cleansed of more than 700,000 Azerbaijanis. Hundreds of cities, towns and villages in my country were razed to the ground, and Azerbaijani cultural heritage was looted, vandalized, desecrated and destroyed, both throughout Armenia and in the formerly occupied territories. The perpetrators of these serious crimes continue to enjoy impunity, as Armenia is unwilling to prosecute and punish them to redress for its breaches. Armenia's policy of aggression, occupation, ethnic cleansing and violent racist separatism failed once and for all. There will be no return to the past. Nor will Armenia benefit from further denying and obstructing the prospects of peace, development and cooperation. Azerbaijan is firm in its determination to advance post-conflict peace-building, reconciliation, reintegration, peaceful coexistence and development in the region, as well as ensure justice and invest in national capabilities for early detection, early warning, prevention and response to any threats to the safety and well-being of its people and the state's sovereignty and territorial integrity. I thank you.
I call on the representative of Japan for a second intervention.
I thank the President for giving me the floor for the second time. In response to the exercise of the right of reply by the representative of the DPRK, I will not repeat all of my remarks and will not address every point that was raised. What I would like to reiterate here is that the government of Japan will continue to explain its efforts to the international community in a transparent manner and is willing to discuss the details based on the scientific evidence at the appropriate fora with relevant expertise. I thank you, Mr. President.
I now call on the representative of Morocco for a second intervention.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Désolé de reprendre la parole, vu que mon collègue algérien aime à polémiquer, à répondre à chaque fois que je prends la parole. Je vais essayer d'être aussi bref que lui. Mon frère algérien m'a fait deux reproches. Premier reproche, je n'ai pas parlé du Sahara. Je lui donne rendez-vous
tables rondes. C'est dans les tables rondes que nous discutons de la question du Sahara. Et l'Algérie est invitée à ces tables rondes. Malheureusement, elle continue toujours à rejeter, à participer, à rejeter la résolution et également à rejeter la résolution du Conseil de sécurité. Donc s'il est tellement intéressé pour qu'on parle de la question du Sahara, Maroc, Algérie, comme nous l'avons fait durant les 2 premières tables rondes, nous pouvons continuer ce que nous avions commencé. Deuxième reproche, c'est que je n'ai parlé que de l'Algérie. C'est vrai, chers frères. Pour une simple raison, parce que l'Algérie est la mère de tous les malheurs de notre région. Maintenant, j'ai 3 observations. L'Algérie rejette les résolutions du Conseil de sécurité. Et là, je me pose la question suivante. Que va faire l'Algérie au Conseil de sécurité quand il rejette ses propres résolutions? Il n'y a pas de place au Conseil de sécurité à des pays qui rejettent, qui violent, qui ne respectent pas les résolutions du Conseil de sécurité. Nous attendons l'attitude de l'Algérie lorsqu'il aura accédé au Conseil. Deuxième observation, mon collègue algérien fait preuve d'une méconnaissance, malheureusement, des textes des Nations Unies, des résolutions et des décisions. Le Conseil de sécurité ne traite pas la question du Sahara en tant que problème de décolonisation, mais de paix et de sécurité. Et c'est dans ce contexte-là, dans cet esprit-là, que l'Algérie, qui a été plusieurs reprises membre du Conseil de sécurité et qui a voté les résolutions sur le Sahara marocain. Donc, on ne peut pas les ignorer. Troisième observation, c'est l'Algérie a de la chance grâce au principe de rotation. Parce que s'il n'y avait pas le principe de rotation, l'Algérie n'aurait jamais accédé au Conseil de sécurité. C'est le tour de l'Afrique du Nord et c'est un principe égalitaire. Et nous sommes pour ce principe. Et ce n'est pas parce qu'il a fait quoi que ce soit pour les Nations Unies. La preuve, il n'a même pas un seul soldat aux forces de maintien de la paix. La preuve, c'est qu'il abrite un groupe armé, séparatiste. Et là, en revenant au groupe armé, je regrette que l'Algérie se compare à un groupe terroriste. Nous avons beaucoup d'estime pour le FLN et pour les Chouhada, pour lesquels également, dont le sang s'est mêlé au sang des soldats et des volontaires marocains. L'ambassadeur algérien se fait le défenseur de groupes terroristes, des liens terroristes avec Al-Qaïda et Daesh. La preuve, c'est que Abu Walid Sahraoui venait se soigner dans les camps de Tindouf chaque fois qu'il était blessé par les forces françaises. À 3 reprises, il a trouvé refuge dans les camps de Tindouf. Et autre élément d'information, c'est que Daesh n'a pas l'habitude de décréter un deuil lorsqu'il perd un de ses membres éminents ou de ses leaders. Il l'a fait pour Abu Walid Sahraoui, originaire de Tindouf, formé et éduqué par l'Algérie, financé par l'Algérie quand il était responsable du Polisario. Voilà, Monsieur le Président, je terminerai avec ce que j'ai commencé en disant. La question du Sahara est discutée au sein des tables rondes et nous serons très heureux d'écouter nos frères algériens ce qu'ils disent. Même quand on n'est pas d'accord, mais l'essentiel c'est qu'on est autour de la table, qu'on parle de paix, qu'on ne parle pas de... qu'on ne s'attaque pas mutuellement, qu'on se respecte également, comme cela a été le cas durant les 2 dernières tables rondes. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
I now call on the representative of Armenia for the second intervention.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize for taking the floor the second time to reply to second reply by the delegation of Azerbaijan. The reaction of the delegation of Azerbaijan is yet another demonstration of this member state openly disrespecting international law, international humanitarian law, and this very whole of the United Nations by justifying the use of force against the people of Nagorno-Karabakh and normalizing the threat of use of force in international relations. Claiming to have any respect towards freedom of movement after 10 months of unlawful blockade that starved the population of Nagorno-Karabakh is the utmost level of cynicism. The situation in Nagorno-Karabakh reminds us of the roots of the modern stage of the conflict, when the peaceful human rights aspiration of people of Nagorno-Karabakh were met with mass violence and pogroms of the Armenian population in Sumgait in February 1988 and in early 90s in Baku, Kirovabad and other settlements in Azerbaijan. Hundreds of Armenians living in Azerbaijan were killed, tortured, maimed. Hundreds of thousands were deported. The lack of accountability for the past crimes has created fertile ground for elevating the instigation of anti-Armenian sentiments to the level of state policy in Azerbaijan. Over decades, the prominent historic, cultural and religious heritage of the Armenian communities in territories throughout Azerbaijan came to be razed to the ground. Cultivation of racism and anti-Armenian hatred, along with the continued incitement of violence on ethnic and religious ground, have been well documented in numerous reports of the international organizations, revealing systemic nature of racial profiling, hateful and incendiary rhetoric, the prevailing sense of impunity and glorification of hate crime perpetrators in Azerbaijan. To this date, Azerbaijan has not undertaken any measure to bring those responsible for anti-Armenian hate crimes to justice. We should bear that in mind when we hear Azerbaijan's claims being determined to reintegrate ethnic Armenian residents as equal citizens. The world is well aware of the way in which rights and freedoms are guaranteed in Azerbaijan. The world is also well aware of the human rights record of Azerbaijan. Moreover, the prevalence of hate speech in Azerbaijan vis-à-vis anyone and anything Armenian is fully recognized by any and all. Mr. President, already more than 28,000 forcibly displaced persons have entered Armenia from Nagorno-Karabakh as of today, and this mass displacement continues right now as we speak. What is happening now is nothing else but the final stage of a pre-planned ethnic cleansing of Nagorno-Karabakh of its Armenian population by Azerbaijan. That was enabled because of the failure of international community to respond to the clearly detectable warning signs and to protect the vulnerable population. Armenia will continue to appeal to the United Nations, its respective bodies, relevant international actors to stand up to the responsibility to protect the people of Nagorno-Karabakh, to uphold the norms of international law, the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, and the values of peace and humanity. I thank you, Mr.
That was the last speaker exercising the right of reply. This therefore concludes that segment of our meeting. May I therefore take it that it is the wish of the Assembly to conclude its consideration of Agenda Item 8. I see no objection. It is so decided. Before closing the meeting, I should like to take the opportunity on all our behalves to thank the translators and interpreters for having worked beyond the stipulated time in order to facilitate the seamless conclusion of the work of the General Assembly. We are in their debt. Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned. Okay.